Hello, everybody. Hopefully, you guys are all having a fantastic night. I would like to talk about creepy shit this evening. Oh, I see Trapsy's here. How's it going, buddy? Been literally years since we last talked. I mean, I stream 5 nights a week. That's on you, Holmes. I'm used to being the disposable friend. Not too many people like to come and just hang out with me, so I don't usually reach out to people no more. But, you know, if someone wants to talk to me, they'll come talk to me. No schedule? Yeah, this is my job. But yeah, so tonight, I want to talk about creepy shit, because that's generally what we do on our Fridays. So, Ketter said that he may jump in later this evening, so I'm going to hop over into the voice channel for this. Dealing with the shitload. I feel that. Hopefully doing well, homie. Now, some of you guys might know that I've been through a lot of weird, creepy shit in my life. And I have my own practice that I've got that I've started to develop since I was about, I want to say around 10 or 11 years old. I started learning about a bunch of different practices and religions and cultures and learning a whole lot. Now, there's something that's been catching my attention a lot lately. And it's the influx of not deers. Now, a not deer is the most accurate name you could give this thing. It looks like a deer, but something is wrong. Something is off. It just does not look like a deer, but it looks like a deer. Whether that's like a leg is bending the wrong way, it has an extra set of eyes, the neck is too long, or it walks on 2 feet. Now, don't get me wrong, deer are able to go up on their hind legs, and they are able to balance on them. But they don't walk like that. They can make a couple steps, but if something gets off and just jolts away on its hind legs, and it's not supposed to do that, and the legs are bending the wrong direction, something might be wrong here. Now, the not deer influx has been happening a lot lately in Appalachia, which is a mountain range in the United States. Really, really fucking freaky. Now, I feel tonight would be a great night for us to learn about them together. Study them, per se. So I'm gonna quickly look up the Appalachian. Alright. Not deer. And there's an entire Reddit thread. Or I think there's, yeah, in the Appalachia, like r/Appalachia. There's an entire thread about not deer. I find that fascinating. They're different. They're not something that you can normally explain like other cryptids, where you can like give it a rational explanation. They're very, very different. Also, I see Rel is here in the call. How's it going, buddy?
I'm not here.
He's not here. Okay, good to know. So, I would like to take tonight to not only research, but also read off some of the stories about the Appalachian not deers. So, that's the plan for this evening. Now, normally I like having our normal discussions, and I did say that our Friday streams will not always be around the supernatural and paranormal and shit. But I do like the concept and the idea of doing that from time to time still. And I also want to start structuring my content a little bit more around making it into videos. So I'm going to be trying to be more of like I wouldn't say like showman by any means, but I want to make it so that it's more like presentable and able to be editing these streams so I can make them into videos. Now, don't get me wrong, I am still going to be, you know, having normal conversations, replying to chat and talking with you all. I just want to make it a little bit more of a presentation per se. Minecraft Mature Boy. Hello, how are you? I'm doing pretty swell. I'm not feeling great, which is also another reason why I decided I want to use my VTuber model tonight and just kind of chill and have like a relaxing evening and pretty much just read off stories as opposed to trying to be overly entertaining. But I'm doing okay otherwise. So if you guys are down for, oh no, hope you feel better. Honestly, it's not like I'm feeling sick. Poop. See, all right, Bet knows what's up. He says, poop, bro. I actually ate today. All right, and I don't mean like, oh, I had a bit of food. No. I had like a giant fucking plate of food earlier today, and then not even like 2 hours later, my cousin is like, hey, you guys want to go out for dinner? I'll pay. And he said that to me and both my parents. So I, of course, being the fat ass I am, got a big ass fucking steak and a bunch of food. And I was backed up, man. And I am so full. I used the washroom. I still feel like I'm on like fucking 5/8 of a tank. So I'm like, I don't even know, man. I sat there for like half hour trying to get it all out and it just didn't work. No, this is off topic and I apologize. The background, one of the worlds from VRC, and also back on topic, right up on nut deers, and an image keeps coming up that's legit a deer with a few extra eyes, and its mouth goes down its neck. So the background of this image, yes, is a VRC world. I took it and I did a bit of photoshopping to make it a little bit different. But yes, it is. Because I didn't feel like going and drawing nothing or commissioning someone to. And it's, it was there. I feel like I should like move my chat to being in front of me. Just because I keep looking over this way. Let's use the power of forcing yourself to throw up. I already suffer with bulimia and anorexia. I'd rather not do it more often than I need to. I'm just checking in. Have a great day. Oh, well, thank you. I hope you have a fantastic day too. But yeah, I actually ate today. So that's why I'm feeling kind of like, and lazy. But the not deer, there are images of it having like its neck open and stuff like that. It's essentially just like anything that's a deer but not a deer. It's essentially the uncanny effect, or uncanny valley effect, of what should only apply to humans, and yet it doesn't. Now, we could stay on topic, but we are slightly off topic, and Rel is here. Now, Rel, the Minecraft server. All right.
What?
In our Minecraft server that we play on. How come you're never online?
Is who online?
How come you're never online?
Because I have work. I was on earlier.
Yeah, you were on for like a whole like half hour.
Listen, I got Final Fantasies to play, man. I don't know.
Yeah, Phantasy Star. Need more Minecraft
Actually,
members?
I haven't played Phantasy Star recently. I ran out of content.
It's a closed server anyways. Sniffs, I smell cap. Oh no.
Yes,
right, so
indeed, Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah. Rel is kind of a weeb. Yeah.
In PSO2,
so I started making huge progress on my build though, so I'm pretty stoked about that. You saw that.
Yeah. PSO2, I literally straight up just completely ran out of content. So now I'm playing Final Fantasy.
Fair. All right, so I want to start reading off like stories from this Reddit, and my idea is with this kind of content, like these kind of streams, is I can actually take it, and then we'll cut down the stream, right? Because like how my thing is all set up, you can see I'm in the middle, right? And sure, there's a thing up there, but it's not too much in the way. But chat's over there, I'm up like in the middle, and it's up there. So pretty much I can cut this to be a phone screen size. See where I'm getting at? TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. So I want to start making my content more centered around being able to repurpose it in order to grow a little bit more. And obviously, the more people that stop by, the more interesting I get to keep trying to make the content, of which only leads to better things. So I figure like every once in a while we'll do streams like this, and I do have more ideas. Like I have an idea for a segment that I want to do at some point, where we take weird wiki hows and we just narrate them, and we just see what we can do with them, like just stupid dumb shit. I think that'd be funny. So let's read off like the start of this Reddit thread. Who the fuck? Why is there somebody just waving at me? What is this? Okay then. So again, I don't have it on screen for you guys, but I'll be narrating it. So this is the Not Deer Stories thread on r/Appalachia. So it says, "Hey guys, so I don't know a lot or really anything about Appalachia, but I recently read some Tumblr text posts about an Appalachian cryptid or local folklore about deer that people are seeing that are wrong. I've looked around the internet and haven't really found any documentation of it being a thing, so I figured I'd ask some Appalachians about it. Personal stories or any information about where the story came from would be awesome." So that's how this thread's going to start. Why the fuck is somebody constantly messaging me during Discord? Okay. Or on Discord while I'm streaming. Just don't do that. Alright, just don't do that. Alright, so there's a whole lot to go through on this. So I think I'm just gonna read through posts by different people, and hopefully we'll find something interesting. Now, this is my first time reading this thread. Alright, I know of it, but I haven't read it. Casually starts blowing trash Discord up with pings. Oh, I'd just block you. I wouldn't even care. I'd just be like, oh, bye. It's not like it makes a notification sound. It's in streamer mode. But I have no issues blocking people if they do that. So this first question is, what do you mean by wrong? I live in West Virginia my whole life, 46 years, and haven't heard of anything like that. I've heard of Bigfoots. Ours is the Stone Man, Mothman, Flatwoods Monster, Bat Boy, Snallygaster, but nothing that looks like a deer. Maybe share what the Tumblr post said, and it may jog some memories. And they post a link to the Tumblr thread. It says, here's a link to the copy of it. Could be BS, because I can't find anything about it, but seems interesting. Now, if I go and click on that link...
I've similarly lived in West my whole life, and I've also never heard of this thing you're talking about.
You've never heard of the not deer?
Not a peep.
Okay, so the not deer is essentially just like something that looks like a deer, but something about it's off. Okay, and there's been a huge influx in the past 2 years of sightings of this thing in the Appalachian mountain range. Now, for the most part, Appalachia, is known for various different types of cryptids, and, just generally don't be a fucking idiot, because even excluding cryptids, there's animals there that will get you if you go out at night and you attract them to you, whether that's through like whistling or just being a dumbass in general, right? So it's a mountain range. It's a dangerous mountain range. Beautiful, but like most like national forests and stuff, there's animals there that aren't disturbed by humans. So if they get disturbed, they will fuck you up. But the not deers had a huge influx in sightings recently, and there's been a lot of videos like surfacing, and for the most part I've been seeing those on TikTok, so I kind of take it with a grain of salt. And of course things can be doctored, things can be edited, they can be just CGI, all sorts of stuff. But it's interesting to at least like discuss it, even at the very least, there's so many things. So the Tumblr post was, what do you mean by that's not a deer in the mountains near you? And the person makes a relatively long post, so I'm gonna read through this. All right, and it looks like it's a back and forth between a few. So they say, anyone who spends decent amount of time in Appalachia knows the not deer. If you've gone on the Blue Ridge Parkway at night, you've probably seen him. Now keep in mind, if you don't live in an area with a lot of deer are freaky bastards on their own. They're really big, extremely agile, move surprisingly quiet, and are extremely durable. It's not unheard of for someone to hit a deer and total their car. Once I heard a story of a man who hit a deer on accident and decided to take it home and at least get some good meat out of a bad situation. On the drive home, the deer woke up and absolutely shredded the inside of his man's trunk. He's very cute, or they're very cute, but you definitely don't want to mess with one. Just keep that relationship in the back of your mind. Anyway, the knot deer is more or less what I'd call a folk cryptid. Everyone has a story about it. They're all somewhat similar. You're in a car at night in a rural, heavily wooded area, and probably a bit lost. It's not wildly uncommon to see an opossum crossing the road, see blips of little animals with your headlights, you see a deer, so you or your friend goes, "Oh, deer," and slow down in case it leaps out in front of you. Then you see it more clearly. There's just something wrong about it. Something about its eyes. You feel your stomach get heavy like a rock. The hair on your neck raises. You sense intelligence that you shouldn't. It doesn't move like a deer. It moves like a... Oh God, what is that thing? Whatever that thing is, it's not a deer, and we need to leave. You hit the gas and get the hell out of there. A group of my friends got lost on the parkway once and re-emerged with a chilling story. They aren't the kind of folks to lie or over-exaggerate. Among other freaky stuff that happened, the driver claimed she saw a deer in the road. Then she noticed the deer was on 2 legs. Now, as I said before, deer can stand on their hind legs, but they don't walk around on their hind legs. That's just not what they do. They don't move like that. I see when people say your voice is comforting. See my phone at 1%. Charge that bitch, homie. Yeah, this is actually like my natural voice, not using like my... Okay, guys, we're gonna be playing some Minecraft today. Yeah, this is how I actually talk. But for the most part, my voice usually ends up like hurting a lot if I talk naturally. So now here's the next reply to that, and it says, "I have a story about the knot deer from 2 summers ago. I lived deep in the Appalachian Mountains at the time, unlike the foothills I'm in now. I was wandering in the woods, probably 2/3 of a mile from my house at that point, as one does when they live 2 miles down a twisting dirt road with the nearest town and therefore things to do 30 minutes away, when I heard brush moving. I knew it was probably a harmless animal, a possum, a deer, maybe a particularly destructive rabbit, and I turned to look. Well, it was a deer in the way that a graveyard is a playground. You can treat it as such, I guess, but it won't feel the same. It was about 30 feet away from me, staring. Wild deer don't stare at random people to begin with. They just run away. She was breathing hard and making a low rumbling sound. I didn't really know what to do, and I hadn't really thought about the dangers of going near wild animals, even if they are harmless deer, so I went towards her. I swear to God, this thing's eyes blanked out, and it took a couple jerking steps forward, moving really strangely. And I flinched because what the hell? And then she ran off to the side while staring at me until she was about 50 feet away. It was deeply unsettling in a way that I can't explain, and I know that that thing is not quite a deer. I sprinted all the way home. So this is a very common story that comes with the knot deer. It's usually something that has a different feeling of a presence than a normal deer. Like your average deer, if they'll run out in front of a car, they don't give a shit if they're standing next to you while you're driving. But if you so happen to step on a stick 50 yards from one, that fucker's gone. Now sometimes deer don't mind. They'll just look at you and go, okay, I'm used to seeing people, not a big deal. But you should never approach a deer to begin with. They are a lot more violent than they look, and they are a lot stronger than they look. They might have little twig legs, but when they rear up on their hind legs, they start fucking swinging them front hooves around, and that can hurt like a bitch. And that can actually kill people. People have died from deer attacks. They might be herbivores, but they know how to defend themselves, and they will stomp your ass. So it's already a bad idea to approach one. But a deer will not just stare at you. Not unless it has its entire herd around. And even then, don't approach them, because they're not really cool with that. If you're just walking down a trail and you see one, chances are it'll run away. But if it just stops and just stares at you the whole time instead of trying to get away, you are a predator. You might not feel like a predator, you might not act like a predator, but humans are natural predators to deer. Like, doesn't matter what continent we're on, or what type of deer it is. Any type of fauna that looks similar to a deer, whether that be an antelope or being any form of, like, even some horses are, you know, prey to us. Like, some people do eat, like, zebra, right? And some countries even eat just normal horses, right? So most animals are on the menu for us. And over thousands of years, they've learned that. They've evolved to know that they will not usually let you come near them unless you have formed a relationship with them. So a wild deer in the woods just staring at you and not leaving is incredibly, incredibly unlikely. And is often a case of a not deer, because the closer you get, the more fucked up the thing seems. And oftentimes the whole point of what they're trying to do is lure you further into the woods to get lost. Now here's another story from that same thread on Tumblr, alright? And it says, I've seen something like this myself. I would say the joints went the wrong way, but it was more that there might have been more or less joints than you'd expect. The bends were not where the bends go, and the shape of the face was wrong in a way I'd describe as, you have a friend who only draws wolves. They're really, really good at wolves. You want them to draw a deer. They try their best, and neither of you are exactly pleased with the results. There was also an issue of scale, like you gave a deer the proportions of a moose. That's another really common thing, is like the not deer is the wrong size. Whether it's big, whether it's small, whether like the legs are too long, the arms are too long, the body is too long, the head is misshapen. There's so many different things. It looks almost like a deer, but not quite. So, continuing with this post. I've heard deer come from dior, which just means beast or quadruped, so it was definitely a door, which is D-E-O-R, but 100% not a deer. I collect spooky stories from other people, and a friend once told me about driving back from a ghost hunt out in southeast Oklahoma, seeing what they described as like a deer that stood in the middle of the road and refused to move. So when one of them got out to go shoo it, they all realized about the same time that it was only almost a deer. They described the collective reactions as wildly disproportionate to what they remember having seen, which was just not quite a deer. They said there was about 15 minutes of foot to the floor speeding before they all, right about the same time, felt a change in mood come over them, and they began to sob like little scared kids. It was only weeks later that they were like, you know, deer don't look anything like that. Now, there is a good explanation for not deer, oftentimes. Sometimes a not deer is actually a deer suffering from chronic waste disease. But not all accounts are that. So, reading off this part, this person says, not to be a killjoy, but the second story is most likely an account of a doe suffering from chronic waste disease. They become increasingly emaciated, their coats become dull and mangy, the ears droop when they're further along, and they become aggressive / stop acting like deer normally would. If you come across that, don't write it off as a cryptid. Call your state's wildlife resource management and report it and ask them what you should do. Due to a lack of natural predators for deer, namely wolves being exterminated in most places, they have overpopulation issues, which means a prion disease like chronic waste disease runs rampant. You can't catch it, but other ungulates can so be wary of allowing cows and horses and whatnot to drink from naturally occurring water in the area, as the prions can spread in the water. Alright, so that's just like a little bit more information on it, okay? So that's what a general understanding of the posts are. So going back to the Reddit thread, we're going to see more people's stories. We're going to see what else other people have encountered. Now, Rel, you said that you don't live too far from the Appalachian Range, right?
No, I live like in it.
Now, as someone that actually goes there, I'm assuming occasionally at the very least, right? Like into the woods. have you ever encountered something that not necessarily fits in with the not deer, though the not deer is like the topic at hand, but anything that seems off, and it doesn't need to be supernatural, but something that just made you go, this isn't right?
I mean, sure. I mean, it's the woods, you know? It's always like that weird feeling every once in a while, you know?
Any stories that you might have? I love talking
I mean, no.
about
I mean, it's just every once in a while you get that weird ominous feeling.
like just like that pit in your stomach just kind of going, oh shit, and like the hair on the back of your neck raises and you're on like high alert.
Yeah, you know, just feeling. I've never seen
Yeah.
anything.
After hearing those stories about like the not deer, does that strike anything in your head that might have come across like that was an odd thing that a deer did, or a moose, or any other animal that you saw? Because the not deer is only the most common one, but it technically could be anything.
I can't say I've ever seen a deer and went, that's not a deer.
But have you ever seen a deer that it's acting different than a normal deer in that area?
The only deer I've ever met that acted different than a normal deer was like this. It was like a younger deer when we were at our cabin downstate, and it just approached everyone. You could just touch it, and it wouldn't run away or anything.
But it was just a young one, though. That's a little different story because, you know, they're more like they don't know to be afraid yet. So that makes sense.
Pretty sure the game warden came and shot it.
Well, then. just comes out and kills the baby for the sake of being friendly with people. All right.
Well, the way it was described to me at the time was like it wouldn't have been able to survive on its own, so they just offed it.
Y'all ever just wanted venison veal? My God. Like, the fuck? Its mom is in the woods like, oh my God!
There was a green deer a couple hunting seasons ago. Like, it was green.
What?
Yeah, hang on, a buddy of mine probably still has the picture. I sent him a text, so he would send it to me.
All right. So let's read the next little story that's on here. So, or I guess the next post on this Reddit thread. So it says, I'm much closer to the Blue Ridge Mountains, and several of my relatives are avid deer hunters. I've never heard of anything like that, and I think these are people that just don't realize deer can be big. Also, yes, wild deer do stare at you. They stare right at you until you move or the wind shifts and they can smell you. Then they run away. Yes and no. I'm gonna have to disagree with this person no matter how much hunting they think they've done. If Keter was here, he would let you know. Yeah, no, you literally could just fart wrong and that fucker's out of there because they're like, predator. You know, like they know the sound of a squirrel running through the brush as opposed to just hearing a single stick snap out of nowhere. They are more in tune with their environment than, you know, you are. They live there, you don't. So skipping past this one, just because this person clearly just wants to debunk it, which is fair, and I always do want to debunk things initially, but that is entirely incorrect. Wild deer do not just stare at you in the woods. You're a giant, weird-looking monkey. It doesn't want to be anywhere near you. They naturally fear us, unless it's in a spot where they know they can get away, and not have any issues with us, or they're in an environment where they're used to seeing us and seeing that we aren't aggressive towards them. And that's why you'll often see deer in like a graveyard or something like that, because they know that no one's really aggressive in a graveyard. Most of the time, like, animals can feel or sense your mental state usually. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say it's like a magical sense or anything, but it's the same as how you can pick up a feeling in a room. Like, you can just see someone and go, oh shit, something's wrong. And animals can do that too. So deer are used to, like, they won't usually have issues there, but it's why you don't normally see deer on like just the sidewalk, just walking down the street, even though it's right next to the graveyard, because it's a different environment, right? And if they were there, they would skedaddle. So let's go down a little bit. Oh, this is actually the person that had posted on Tumblr. They're replying to them. So it says, hey there, it's actually my post. It's cool seeing how it's actually taken off recently and started making its rounds outside of Tumblr, which I never expected. I'll admit the Anyone in Appalachia thing was more about telling a good story and setting the scene than me really expecting everyone to know it. That said, within my personal area and the people I run with, there definitely are a lot of stories about the knot deer that people will recognize. Like, oh yeah, I have seen that. It's a thing. I don't live there anymore, but I used to live in NC. What is NC again? Is that North Carolina? No. Is it? I live in Canada. I don't know you guys' abbreviations for your states. Rel, I'm asking you a question.
Oh, yeah. What's up?
NC, is that
Sorry.
North Carolina? Or is that a different one?
NC, yeah, North Carolina.
Okay, that's what I thought it was. And most of my stories are about the knot deer come from the area surrounding Boone. I'm not personally freaked out by deer, but I didn't see them a lot growing up in the Piedmont area, so I know they can still feel very big and strange if you're not used to them being everywhere. There's not a lot of stories of people interacting with deer to get information from where the population is more thin. It's still an occasion for my parents whenever they see them in the yard. I can't speak for anybody else's stories, since I know one or two of them definitely sound like stories about regular deer behaving normally. Ultimately, though, my main goal was to share the story of a local cryptid with the campfire-y goodness of a good cryptid story should have. It's been cool seeing the discussion about it, and I've learned a lot from it. Now, again, the knot deer is coming up a whole lot recently, and this post is from a year ago. Alright. Actually, I think the Tumblr post might have been from 2 years ago, or a year and a half, but the Reddit post that person posted is a year ago. Now again, I don't say that everything is 100% what it is, right? Like, there's no way that we can confirm or deny a lot of this. Oftentimes, it's easier to deny it with fact, right? Like using science and stuff. And that's usually my go-to. I want to debunk things first, and then get into more stuff, because I prefer scientific fact over blind belief, right? Even though I'm the same person that believes in supernatural and paranormal things, I put a scientific explanation for it, or try to find one. If I can't, then I go, must be a science we don't understand yet, because that's pretty much all any form of magic would be. For example, alchemy was just chemistry. So ignoring these few that don't seem too interesting. So this person right here made a post, and it says, "Hi, Georgian here. I live in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, halfway in between Chattanooga and Atlanta, and sometimes my family takes trips to the mountains. One day up there, me and my cousin wanted to go cruising around to just take in the views, and was getting late, around 8, so we started to head back. Well, close back to our cabin, we see a deer on the side of the road, so we slow down. Then as we get close, it walks in the road pretty close to being dead in front of me. In front of us, sorry. So I hit the brakes, and then it stands up and starts walking around on its back legs, and now me and him are freaking out, because that's crazy. Been out in nature with animals our whole lives. I grew up being a minute away from Pine Mountain living out there in the lake, but I've never seen anything like it. It just looked so wrong. Its joints didn't move right, and it had arms, not front legs, and upper half like a human, excluding the head. We gassed it around those mountains curves and just kept going. Didn't even want to stop at the cabin because we didn't want to stop moving." So that's another example, is like, it will have like human traits, or it has like a weird torso. Now, that's why some people believe that it's like a Wendanope or a skinwalker of some kind. Now, it is entirely possible that maybe there's like mistaken identity, that maybe it is one of those things or whatever. Unlikely a Wendanope, but a flesh pedestrian of some kind. But to my knowledge, the knot deer is more of just a cryptid that is more of a trickster. It wants to fuck with you and then just lead you out into the woods to get lost. Because there isn't too many stories of them ever like attacking anyone, but it does freak you the fuck out. So there are people that try and give it a like explanation, such as this person right here could suggest either Cernunnos, which is a Celtic god, or a 𝐿𝐻𝐷𝐿. Obviously, I'm saying 𝐿𝐻𝐷𝐿 because I live near forests and I have vibes about them, so I try not to say that word anymore where I live. Which looks like a person with long animal-like limbs and has a deerish face. If you have any Native Americans lore originating around there, then it's most likely it. That's a not deer in my book. Yeah, that god would be a not deer technically. Now, I'm trying to see some of these more stories and trying to like skim them super quick so I don't see stuff. Now there is a large one coming up that I can see. Let's read this really short one. It says, hey, this is pretty late, but I have seen something a little close to what was described as the not deer. I live in Southwest Virginia currently, and I saw it in a field by my house when I was 8 years old. It was a tall brown thing standing on 2 legs, and the first thing I ever mistook it for was a deer on 2 legs. Still this day, trying to find out what it is, I've been pretty infatuated with it. So again, deer can stand on their hind legs, so I believe that it is possible that it could have just been a deer. But there's a very large story coming up, and I mean large. Like, this looks to be about 20 paragraphs. Just scrolling through it real quick. So this is someone's personal account apparently, and I'm gonna read through that in a moment. But Rel, do you have anything that you'd like to say before I get into a large story?
No, not really.
Not really. You're just here to listen, pretty much, eh?
I can add my 2 cents whenever it comes up, but I haven't had the opportunity.
All right. Give me a moment to just kind of get comfy in my chair because I'm going to be reading for a hot minute here. I just hope this person has good grammar, because I swear to God, if I have to add my own periods in this, it's going to be like Little Sonic all over again. This is a personal account from this person. Okay. Not me, but from this person. I live in Waynesboro, VA. Now, hold on. I'm going to start that over again. The fuck is VA? Is that Virginia?
Yes.
I'm doing good at this. I'm just taking a guess. I live in Canada. Like, you got like fucking 50 states. I got like, I don't know. Not that many provinces. Okay. So, alright, I think I did pretty good just guessing that. But I'm going to be using you because you're American. You should know these things. Okay. I live in Waynesboro, Virginia for about 5 years. Less than 10 miles to the BRP North entrance, Skyline Drive South entrance. I used to take bike rides along SD all the time and always kept a year-long membership. Only in the day though, just to frame the story. One night I was having a particularly hard time settling in for bed, so I decided to start up the bike and ride up to the first overlook on Skyline, only about a mile inside the park. It was about 11 p.m. when I got up there, and pitch black. I killed the bike and got immediately uncomfortable. I'm not a guy that gets spooked in the dark. Truthfully, I prefer the dark in most situations. You can see people before they see you. You are particularly invisible unless someone is looking for you. And I find the natural privacy comforting. Not up there, though. It was a thick, oppressive dark. Worse than anything I experienced outside of a cave, and worse than any moonless night on the Appalachian Trail. I immediately got hinked out big time. Now I'm assuming that just means frightened, because I've never seen that word before. There's nothing up here besides wildlife, I reassured myself internally. I had my .44 mag revolver from when I lived/hiked in the Pacific Northwest, bear country, and all that jazz, tucked into my CCW holster, so I knew I definitely outmatched anything that could be up there, 2-legged snakes included. So I sat in the dark, leaning against the bike for a while and looking at the few lights I could see in the valley below. Managed about 10 minutes before I physically felt the hair raise on the back of my neck. I only did 27 months in Iraq, but I remembered that precise feeling. Someone was watching me. Something bad was coming. It was the same sensation I would get before IDF came in or the shooting started somewhere nearby. I'm no psychic or whatever, but it's a common thing among vets with any time under their belt. Ask them about it. You can feel hateful eyes on you. The overlook was a sheer drop, or nearly so I wasn't concerned about anything popping up in that direction. But the mountainside and thick untamed woods were behind me. Started thinking about method dudes, creeping the Appalachian Trail, bears and the like. The AT is no stranger to random violence. Still feeling creeped out, I took up a seat on the waist-high stone wall that marked the overlook ledge, facing the woods. Again, I can't emphasize how dark it was. But Gris, you might say, why not turn on the bike and use the lights? It'll at least help you see what's close. True, but my bike is loud, and the last thing I wanted was attention. Plus, the light would just night blind me. Plus, the light would just night blind me to anything just out of view, and the noise would obscure any stealthy sounding creeping going on. So no thanks. I'll watch and listen for a bit. I sat in the dark for another 10 minutes or so, anxiety getting worse and worse. I heard a few things, but nothing out of the ordinary for a night in the woods. I decided to head on home, since the feeling wasn't going away. Like I said, I had a big bore on me, so anything playing games would be in for a powerful surprise if the games got stupid. Hopping on my Suzuki, I started it up and rode off towards the gate. Now, anyone who lives in the country and rides a bike knows that wildlife is crazy active on roads that aren't traveled often at night. Being nighttime and technically closed, I had to ride around a gate to get in. There was no other vehicles on the road at all. I hadn't seen a single other person since leaving Waynesboro proper. The speed limit was 30 miles per hour, but I clipped along at a measly 15 miles per hour to keep my eye out for deer and wildlife. It wouldn't do me any good to fuck myself up in a wreck, only to lay there all night till someone happened to cross me in the morning. And then I saw it. The term of almost deer is really fitting. Not but quite accurate. It was like a deer that someone who had never seen a deer drew, but only after someone else described it to them. It stood on the left side of the road, the mountainside, and I saw the eyes long before my headlights shone it fully. It was big, easily the biggest deer I've ever seen, and the lack of any horns that time of the year suggested that it was a doe. The head was almost bovine in shape, but fixed to a deer's frame. The legs seemed too long in proportion to the body. Think a maned wolf's proportions. And the body was extremely barrel-chested. I've always been creeped out by malformed wildlife, and this was no exception. Unfortunately, I had to get it to move, or risk passing within a few feet of it. I was not traveling another 30 plus miles up the road in the other direction to leap through another gate in the middle of the night, and I wasn't getting close to it. Dangers of it spooking or running into the side of my cruiser side, I didn't want to get near it at all. Stopping and putting my feet down about 30 feet away from it, I tried to frighten it away. I flashed my beams down to low and back to high. Nothing. I revved the engine. Nothing. I honked the considerable horn. Nada. Resting the bike on the kickstand, I left it idling and hopped off. I yelled at the thing and it still didn't budge, so I started to the side of the road to grab something to toss near the deer thing, hoping to spook it away. As soon as I crossed into the other lane, it rose up on its hind legs. I froze, putting my hand on my gun. I wasn't about to get charged by an angry, confused, malformed doe. It took two jerky, unnatural steps towards the center of the lane on two legs and froze again, staring directly at me. It suddenly shook its head wildly like a dog with a toy, took another short step, then hopped on two legs several times until it disappeared into the darkness on the right side of the road. I stepped back onto the bike, mounted it, kicked up the kickstand, and turned the light towards the side of the road. On that side, there was a sheer drop of about a 75 to 80 degree compared to the roadway, and the fucking thing's head was just peeking over the edge, still looking at me. The drop-off was about 40 to 50 feet, so there's no way it was standing at the base of the mountainside. I cracked the throttle and beat the hell out of there. Road wildlife be damned. I never went back up on Skyline Drive at night alone after that. One time was enough. There are things we don't know out there, or things that just visit for a while. Whatever it wasn't from around these here parts in Hill Talk. It can go back to wherever it came from and stay there. Oh shit, that was spooky sounding. Oh man, like I wouldn't want to fucking deal with that. I would not want to fuck with that. Like, oh my god. Nope. No siree. That would be terrifying. Seeing something like that in the middle of the night and you're far, far away from anyone. And you're already like worried about hitting wildlife, and something like that just gets up on its hind legs and jerks itself towards you in a few steps and then bounces off the edge, and you see it looking at you on the side of that's like a 75 to 80 degree angle, and it's like hanging onto the wall pretty much, and it's a deer. Not okay. I would fucking lose it. Absolutely, I would lose it. Like, hell no. Rel, what do you think of that?
Certainly was not a deer.
I'm eaten, clearly. Side note, though, what do you think of like my narration? Aside from like my occasional like fuck ups, like what do you think? Do you think I'm okay at it?
You're asking me?
I am asking you, like, do you think that it sounded okay the way that I'm narrating things, or should I like adjust anything?
You sound like the guy who narrates the Twilight Zone.
I sound like the guy that narrates Twilight Zone. Really?
Yeah. You have the same sort of narration style.
Oh, like the cadence that I give? Huh.
Yeah.
I think I'll take that as a compliment. Alright, I'm gonna drink a little bit of my drink so I don't fuck up my voice too much. Okay. So here's another short one. It's only a paragraph as opposed to however long that one just was. Last night a friend of mine, my boyfriend, and I were on our way back into town from a little day trip. We were on the highway at around midnight, and we just see a creature that looked like it was a deer, but also almost looked as if it were human. So human with some deer features. It wasn't one of us hallucinating, because when my boyfriend asked what it was that he just saw, my friend said that it was a not deer. We didn't see it up close, nor did we stop to find it. My boyfriend sped up to make sure that the not deer couldn't catch up to us, because something about it unnerved him to the core. A not deer can't catch us going 80, right? This was somewhere in the northern half of Kentucky. Oh shit. Spooky, my dudes. Terrifying. Frightening. Gonna shit myself. So hopefully you guys are all enjoying the narration. What do you all think? Do you think I'm okay at this? Do you think I'm alright at this? I know there's a few of you here just chilling. And while you're answering that, I'm gonna skim through the next few of these and see if there's anything there. This one's kind of weird. It's only, again, like a couple sentences. Well, more than a couple, sorry. It's like a small paragraph. I wouldn't consider it to be a not deer per se, but I've got some experience with wind nopes in the Atlanta area. More specifically, one that kept coming around my house because my dumbass left some sandwich meat out for it when I was like 8. God, that thing loved meat. Eventually, I stopped feeding it, and all the rabbits and coyotes I used to see disappeared. They're surprisingly docile until you forget to feed them. 𝐂𝐡𝐚𝐭 𝐑𝐮𝐥𝐞𝐬? No, don't do that. That was not a 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. That was something else. But that was definitely not a 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. A 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 would go right for you, not your bologna sandwich that you leave outside. Alright. Like, hell no. What the fuck? Also, how do you get into the situation of just leaving random meat outside for this fucker? Hell no. Oh, man. Just gonna read this real quick. Oh, this one looks interesting. I have a question for everyone, and we'll share in other groups too, just in case you see the same thing, because I really want to know what this was. So I lived in Arizona my whole life till about almost 4 years ago this July. This was back 2008 or so. I was out in the desert and saw this thing that was about 8 to 10 feet tall and had animal feet, like imagine a horse standing straight up on 2 legs. Only this is how tall and what legs looked like. I could barely see the legs, and these tall antlers or horns, not sure, pointed towards me, not backwards. The face I could not see, and the chest and torso were all black. Granted, it was nighttime, it was dark, however, those parts were darker than dark. It had to be watching me for quite some time, because when we were going to leave, I got out of the truck and something told me to look to my right. And sure enough, this thing was coming directly at us from a ways away. By the time I got into the truck, it was almost at the tailgate. And it was the only art. It's fucking typos, my guy. Tailgate, I was the only one who saw it. We floored the gas and got out of there. I have many theories of what it was and talked to some ladies on the res. However, I'm wondering if anyone else has ever seen this thing or heard about it. A lot of these people are saying that it's just like a skinwalker or something like that. I don't think it. I don't know what that would be. Like, it could be a skinwalker, but I don't think a skinwalker would take like a weird horse form that's only like midway. Here's another one. It's a bulk of text though, so forgive me if I trip over my words at all. Hey, so I grew up in North Carolina, and we always had deer on our property, and deer hunting was incredibly common in my town. I definitely know people who had experiences with the not deer, or the door as they are sometimes called. I've heard it all, and it was so human, and it had arms. It walked like a person, and there was something wrong about its face. But by the creepiest ones, or by far the creepiest ones, are the ones where you can't tell what's wrong until you can't see it anymore. The most common comment that I've heard was, it looked me in the eyes and I just knew that it wasn't a deer. I got scared and I ran, and after I got back to the path, I realized that all its limbs were / its head was on backwards. I've seen people come tearing out of the woods, hyperventilating plenty of times. But I've only had one experience personally. I was looking for Holly with my brother. I'm assuming that's a female friend or a sibling or something. But he ran back to the path to grab a bucket because his hands were full and I was alone. There was a door maybe 15 to 20 feet away. Squatted down and got quiet because I thought it was a baby deer and I wanted to watch it. But then it stood up and I knew something was wrong. I've never been so scared in my life. My brother came running back and he saw it too. For just a second before it ran off, and then it hit me that the door I had saw had way too many eyes, and its legs were just a little bit too long, and possibly backwards. I recently moved to Bridgewater, Massachusetts. I can't say that word apparently, which has its own set of wild cryptids, but the door don't seem to be a thing here. Yo, not deer are fucking horrifying. Yeah, no shit. But the influx of these things is what's really fucking concerning to me. There's just like way too many stories popping up, you know? And it looks like that's pretty much the end of this thread. So, There's something called Not Deer Magazine? What? That's a short post. I don't want to read that. Now, if I go over to like just say Google images of the Appalachian not deer, oftentimes you'll see it just like you'll see an image of it just standing on its hind legs, and deer can do that. Like the second image in is literally just a deer eating foliage off of a tree. That's common. And you'll often also see an image of it turned around while still on its hind legs, looking back at a camera or something like that. Of which, again, is, you know, a deer at nighttime. If a flash goes off, it's going to turn and look at it. But the thing about the not deer is, you know, something's off. The mouth is different. There's too many eyes. The legs are wrong. The proportions are wrong. Even just a deer with the wrong antlers. Say, like, you see a deer and it has moose antlers. Well, obviously, that's a not deer, right? Because that's not a deer. That could be something else. This is really creepy. Just a deer that has blood all over the top of it. That's absolutely terrifying. Sorry, I'm just looking at these images. Why is there a monkey? What? What? That is straight up a monkey. That is a monkey in the woods. You really don't want to see a monkey in the woods. No, thank you. A deer with another deer's head stuck on its antlers? Oh my god. I'm seeing some spooky shit. That deer straight up has 3 eyes. That deer straight up has 3 eyes. Oh my god. Nope. This is... Oh, this picture was taken in Florida. Never mind. That's just a Florida man in the woods. I was like, wait a minute. This looks like a druggie. That's all. A little girl with some deer. I'm just like scrolling through this. This is kind of creepy. No, thank you. Yeah, that deer's just covered in blood. Fuck that. No, I'm out. Alright. So let's see if we can find more threads about the not deer. There's the Cryptid Wiki in Appalachia. It's categories for cryptids that live in the Appalachian mountain range, or region of the U.S. Appalachia is known to have more sightings of mysterious cryptids than anywhere else in the United States. Makes sense. Yeah, they've got Goatman, Grassman, Sheep Squatch, okay. Flatwoods Monster, Alien Big Cats, okay. Devil Monkeys, Tennessee Wildman, and White Things, also known as Devil Dogs. Okay then. Appalachian Chupacabra, I don't know if that'd be a thing there. Just scrolling through to see what a lot of these are in here. Hellhounds, yeah, those are just a little different than what most people expect them to be. Now, just curious why there's no not deer on this wiki page. That's interesting. Oh, I see more things popping up on the server over here. Oh, it looks like Geki changed his profile picture too, because apparently he's streaming. Alright, now I wonder if Keter is going to be joining anytime soon. Yeah, he said he'll jump in a bit later, so he might join us. Let's just keep looking up the not deer. Okay. I don't really want to go on Tumblr for posts, because that's not really what I... Oh, yep, that's a fucking furry, the first thing I saw. Yeah, that, literally the first one's just a straight up furry version of... Like, not gonna lie. Let me just open up our conversation rel so you can see this. If I can... Or find it won't let me. There you go. Just look at the you don't even need to even open it to see it. It's just the top thing.
It's furry already.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely a furry. I just don't like going on Tumblr for a lot of this because Tumblr is just filled with people trying to write like their own fanfic type shit often.
People even still use Tumblr ever since they banned the porn.
Bro, I remember being on it before the porn. Like, I remember like this being like a school website. I swear to God. Like, teachers showed us about it because it's a blog website. Let's make blogs. Bro, I already had a MySpace page. Why do I need a blog? I already learned HTML. Why do I need this website for that? Just like going through some of this is just kind of whack. I mean, I don't have anything against Tumblr itself, right? It's like a lot of the toxic people that are on there that I have issues with. Because, like, there's some amazing things on Tumblr, right? But there's just so many people that are just not great people that use it. And they, you know, the bad apple spoils the bunch type thing.
I'm gonna use Tumblr like forever.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, it was just like where I like reblogged all like the Marvel and stuff like that. Shit, like when the MCU was first starting out. Like when the first Avengers like movie came out, and that was when everything was solidified. Like the MCU will be big. That was the last time I used it.
Wow.
I was just reblogging a lot. You know what? I wonder if I still have a Tumblr. Let's search that up real quick. Let me see if my old URL is still up. There's nothing here. RIP. Probably because of all the hentai I shared. Oh man. Oh. My login's incorrect. Damn. Let's see if I can manage to make this work. I apparently have my little brothers saved on here. Let's see that. Oh man. Nope, must have deleted the accounts. That's fine by me. I really don't mind. Alright, looks like I found another post. There's an entire discussion with 58 comments. An Appalachian urban legend, the Not Deer. Interesting explanation of it. That definitely looks kind of fucky wookie, and I wouldn't want to mess with it. Alright. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot on this post. Yeah, so I guess we can stop talking about the not deer at the moment because I can't seem to find a whole lot about it. There's just a lot of sightings that have been, again, I've been seeing mostly on like TikTok and YouTube. And again, I'll take that with a grain of salt. Obviously, I'm going to take Reddit posts as well because it's fucking Reddit. But
Reddit is a very reliable source.
yeah. The fuck is all this? Weird. What is another cryptid that we could possibly look up? Like, what would you be interested in talking about, Rel?
I don't know.
You're not very helpful.
I get that.
I get that a lot. Oh, man. Well, when in doubt, let's check out the BFRO. Bigfoot Field Research Organization to see if there's any in my province. Sightings by region. I want Canada. Ontario. Nope, still the most recent one was July of 2020. So literally a year ago. It upsets me so much. Like, I want to go out and search for things. But finding things is very difficult. But yeah, just some of them are just like possible wood knocks and stuff, and it's like, man. Let's see if there's any posts from like the 90s. Yeah, right here, 1990. Morning encounter with a moose hunter in northern Ontario. May 1990. Nighttime roadside encounter near Orangeville. Hold up. Orangeville? How far away is that? I gotta look that up real quick. Because I've heard that name before. How far away from me is that? Holy shit. By car, that's a 2-hour drive. Oh man. Nighttime roadside encounter near Orangeville, and that was in May 1990. So literally 31 years ago. Alright. I guess let's narrate this too, because why the hell not? BFRO report. Nighttime roadside encounter near Orangeville. This is a report number 25,857. It's a Class A report. The year was 1990. The season was spring. The month May. The date was the 5th. Province Ontario, Canada. Location details. Request that I can't give location at this time. No, location details were given during phone interview, but header location is only an approximation to project the integrity of the actual sighting area. Observed. We were driving down a 2-lane highway that had no streetlights. I seen something on the road ahead of us. I told the driver to slow down, and I looked out the right side passenger door window into a field to scan for deer coming from the right field towards the road, thinking it was deer on the road. I seen open fields with sparse trees, fog in the fields, backed by dense pine forest. At that point, I was able to see all the detail because of the bright moonlight. I didn't see any deer in the field, or in the ditch on the right side of the road. All of a sudden, the car slowed down and jolted me forward, drawing my attention back to what was on the road in front of us. Commented to the driver about her heavy foot and hitting a deer that we had seen a mile away. She says, "It's not a deer," which made me focus on the animal moving to the left side of the road. What I saw looked like a large male baboon, moving like a rabbit on the 2 front legs, and then back legs rump is down. Move to the edge of the road, sit down, and look to its left in our general direction. I say, slow right down and shine the headlights on it. She does the opposite. We are as far to the right of the highway as we could be, and we are about to roll on by this thing sitting there without confirming what it was. Not while I'm on point. I grab the wheel with my left hand and crank the wheel hard to the left. Now we are heading straight for it and the ditch. This animal looks at us, looks straight ahead, like it's going to jump the ditch. Then it looked or flinched to the right because I thought we were going to hit it for sure if it crossed the highway. And then darkness took over and we stopped with a hard jolt. When I grabbed the wheel, the driver hit the brakes and cranked the wheel hard to the right. We come to a complete stop, perfectly straightened out, 1 foot from the left shoulder and within 5 feet of the animal. The driver turns the car off and everything goes black. My first reaction was, what the bleep? The driver says, "Take your hands off the wheel right now." and I do, pleading my case. I say, hurry up and turn the high beams on before it takes off. All of a sudden, she turns the interior light on and flashes all our eyes. And now, whatever that thing is, it can see us instead of the headlights shining in its eyes. Finally, she turns the interior out and the low beams on. There it is, about 10 to 15 feet away, and it looks like it's crawling unnaturally low to the ditch. But it turned to the left, head low, moving to the very edge of the asphalt. Gather its back and above the feet and legs, and looked like it was going to jump the ditch again. But it doesn't. It does the rabbit move. 2 front, then 2 back move, and it stops, sits, and looks to the left at us. It's about 1 foot away from the edge of the asphalt, in a sitting, crouching position, heads up on gravel shoulder. I tell driver, hit the high beams and let's roll by. She starts heading back to the other lane, and I grab the wheel again and straighten it out, and we rolled by within 2 feet of the animal, very slow. It would not look at us when we rolled by. The driver's side back door window, it was not there. We drove back the other lane and stopped. You could see a vehicle's lights coming towards us down the highway, but pretty far away. We discussed going back to investigate, but decided not to, and then discussed what we saw and then left. These are details of what I saw. Pointed head, no tail, no butt pad, and the hair is all short except for on its face. And it's even shorter the closer to the eyes, mouth, and nose. The hair looks an even length, 1 inch or so. Its hair looked mainly light brown with gray undertones with flecks of black. Forward-looking eyes like a predator. What I saw of the feet, they didn't look that long or big and wide. Little ears, a crease between head and shoulders, little or no neck. Head sits forward, flat face, lean body from side view, about 200 pounds. Height in this crouch sitting position, 3 to 3.5 feet tall. The only thing massive or muscular looking was its shoulders or upper back, which was kind of humped. Its spine was interesting because when it looked like it was going to jump the ditch, its spine looked straight. It held its head high and erect. I could see the spine protruding. When it did not flee, it relaxed because its spine was not protruding. The head was not erect, but sat forward, and you could see a skin crease in the space between the head and the shoulders. The crease looked like upside-down smile, where the neck should be. Its body language was not saying explode into motion anymore. It was looking more relaxed. Stand or squat its ground and wait. I noticed that its rear end never touched the ground at any point. Other witnesses, 5 people in the car driving down the highway listening to music, probably the other car. Other stories, none available. Time and conditions, 1 a.m. Environment, farmland, pine forest. Now, there are multiple follow-up investigations. Alright. 2 more, actually, sitting here. So, this is the follow-up investigation report by the BFRO investigator Todd Prescott. Spoke with the witness at length on April 29th, 2009. His written report is quite comprehensive. However, during our phone conversation, the witness retold his encounter while adding other details that were not included in his report. Consequently, I shall only add the extra details that were given during our phone conversation. Witness estimates that the sighting lasted for up to 1 minute duration. The driver and passengers, there was other people in the vehicle, were northbound on their way to the vacation spot. At one point during the encounter, the creature opened its mouth as if in a defensive gesture as they approached slowly with the vehicle. Witness thought 4 canines were visible, not particularly long, but prominent nonetheless. At the moment the vehicle headlights were turned back on, it appeared as though the creature crawled away from the car towards the shoulder of the road. Witness stated that it was difficult to discern the creature was sliding along the road with its belly or otherwise. Witness scanned from the feet of the creature to its head, noticing that the underside of the feet showed white while the vehicle headlights were on the creature. Hair on the feet and hands was shorter in comparison to the hair on the rest of the body. As well, the feet appeared wide but not long. The nose appeared ape-like with nostrils pointed upwards. During the sighting, it appeared as though the creature contemplated making a hasty retreat. This was evident by the tensing of its body. However, witness states that there was a fence parallel to the road that may have hindered the creature's escape and consequently induced hesitation from the creature as it perhaps contemplated its escape route. 4 to 5 passengers saw the creature. The other passengers claims to have not been able to see the animal. The witnesses talked about what they had seen after the encounter as they drove further up the road. The general consensus was that they'd seen a baboon-like creature. The driver, however, commented that she thought it could be a Bigfoot. It was at this point that the reportee realized that the creature did not exude basic baboon physical characteristics, such as protruding long canines, a dog-like muzzle, short tail, and rough spots in its protruding hindquarters. Reportee likens the creature to witness of the subject of the Pattinson film, only a much smaller than Patty. I had a chance to visit and research the area of the sighting. I did a thorough hike and drive through the region. While I didn't find or hear anything that indicated that Bigfoots were living in the area, I am of the mind that they may use this area as a throughway of sorts. There's a lot of human traffic and vehicles. Traffic in and around that would most likely dissuade Bigfoots from staying in the area, in my opinion. But they may temporarily be in the area as they transition to another region. Alright, so actually, the next part actually isn't a follow-up investigation. It is about that researcher, or investigator. So, let's not read that part because it's not important, but that's kind of neat. That's like 2 hours-ish away from me. Also, welcome back, Bet. Alright. Why is this not letting me go back? Well, let's go and check out these ones from my birth month in 1996. There's a Class B and a Class A reporting. And, 2 Class A's. 1996 was a popular year, apparently, for Bigfoots. Also, they have these in the wrong order, because August 1995 is between July 1997 and July 1996. That's kind of funny, unless that's a typo. Okay, I need to stretch, though, because my body's starting to hurt. Oof, my body is aching like a son of a bitch. Oh, no wonder Vex isn't talking. She's streaming. And League of Legends of all things. That bitch. Alright, I don't know, are you guys actually interested in hearing about Bigfoot? Because I talk about Bigfoot quite a bit. Like, I just really like the fucker, even though it terrifies the shit out of me. Rel, what's your opinion on Bigfoot?
So, he's got big feet, and I hear he's cousins with the Yeti. But you have to ask yourself, is his feet truly big? Or is he just so big that his feet are big in comparison?
Rel,
What? So,
would you like to be beat to death with a wiffle ball bat?
well, you know, it's funny because I was AFK the entire time, and then as soon as I sat down and put my headset on, you're like, what's your opinion?
Oh my god. This son of a bitch.
It was literally perfect.
Alright, well, I don't mind just reading reports because it's interesting. So let's go and start checking out these ones from my birth month and birth year. Hey, what's up, 𝐂𝐡𝐚𝐭? What are you up to tonight? We're doing cryptid stuff. We were already talking about the not deer, reading off stories about it. Now we're on the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization website and looking up reports in Ontario, Canada. You know, where I live.
I'll tell you what, that not deer, it sure wasn't a deer. That's for sure.
I mean, that is kind of the whole point of that cryptid, is it's not a deer. But yeah, so this is a Class B report. It's report 1294, and it is from July 1996 in Ontario, Canada. Ghosts, goblins, ghouls, and girls. Starts with the G. It's scary. Granola. Alright, so this is a very short one. So location details. Alright. In the forest about 1 mile north of the kilometer 74 sign on the Vermilion River Road north of 6 Lookout? Sui? I forget how to say that. So SIOUX. I believe that's Sow. I don't know. Lookout, Ontario, Canada. I'm just going to say Sow for the sake of it. Or I'm going to say 6 because that makes sense. 6 Lookout is a town about 400 kilometers northwest of Thunder Bay, Ontario, and is visible on most world maps. If you get a detailed map of northwest Ontario, the sighting was on the north side of a large lake called Lac Sol. The logging road turns off the highway 27 miles northwest of 6 Lookout, and then the road goes pretty well straight north. There are signs every kilometer showing the distance. Kilometer 74 is about 2 kilometers before the Root River, which should also show up on a detailed map of the area. Observation. Several of my co-workers came across a huge footprint in the middle of nowhere. They were fighting a forest fire, which is our summer job. They came across a footprint in some dry mud that was huge. They took a few pictures of it and even had a tape measure with it. Other witnesses, patrolling for smudges and looking for smoke and burning material to extinguish. Time conditions, it was mid-July 1996. It was a hot day. It had rained for a few days earlier, so that fire was cool enough to respond to action against it. Fire number was 6 Lookout Fire number 70. The environment was the boreal forest in the middle of the wilderness except for logging road. Interesting. But that is a Class B report. No encounter with the actual creature itself, just proof that it was there, I suppose. Now here's a Class A report. Report number 1346 from July 1996 in Ontario, Canada. Location details. Myself and girlfriend observed a large hairy creature on an isolated beach area near the Northern Ontario community in northwestern Ontario, Canada. No road access, only fly-in and winter road in winter. Observed. Prior to this sighting, the bush was uneasily quiet and we had a feeling of being watched, and the hairs on the back of our necks tingled. We observed a large creature, very large, upright on 2 feet, approximately 40 feet away. We had this strange feeling of fear that I haven't felt in such a very long time. We left the area immediately. This feeling of being watched or chased would better describe it lasted until we traveled approximately 2 miles closer to the community. The following day we returned to the area in daylight. The area we'd observed, it was in a grassy area near the beach. No tracks were found, but the strange feeling returned a short while later. We had both refused to go near this area after dark. It had a strange impact on both of us. Also noticed, it was unusually quiet and we had a feeling of being watched prior to the sighting. We had this unusual fear come over us. Other witnesses, we were sitting across the clearing on a picnic bench just holding each other. So, no other witnesses. Some people don't know how to fill out these reports, I swear to God. Time condition, 1:30 a.m. on a summer evening in July 1995 or 1996. Environment, beach area on the edge of the bushes near a forest area made up spruce trees. I think it was spruce in the background. This area is approximately 4 miles from the community behind the airport. Some people should not write reports. Just tell someone and then they'll write it up for you. My God. Another Class A sighting. Report number 1293. A tall, hairy, and ugly 8-foot Sasquatch spotted after scaring dogs. July 1996. This was the 16th. 2 days after my birthday. Today. 31 years ago today. My God. Location details. Saw it back in the forest walking my dogs in Victoria County, Lindsay, Ontario, Canada. Observed. I was walking my dogs across my road in the big cornfield, and when I got to the forest, my dogs started to run off. Then a couple of seconds later, they came back crying and whimpering. Then in the distance, I saw a hairy, tall, and ugly thing. It was probably 8 feet high. I am pretty sure it was a Sasquatch, so I put my dogs on their leashes and started to run away. Also noticed. A neighbor down the road said he heard some weird sounds outside the house a couple of nights ago. Other witnesses, my dogs keep barking the direction we saw it in. Other stories. My friend said that he was walking his dog in the same place and his dog started to bark like crazy at something. He heard footsteps in the distance and then started to run. Time and conditions. It was a nice, warm, and sunny Tuesday, July 16th, 1996, around 4 p.m. And it was deep in a forest. Oh, spooky. Those are all the reports from my birth month in my birth year. Oh no, it's gotta be fancy stuff. But Kitsune, do you have any fancy stories that you wanted to share? Any comments? Anything that you think we should talk about? And she's like, no, I'm just here to listen. Alright. I wonder what else we could look up. Trying to think about things that we should look up. Rel, any suggestions? This bitch abandoned me again. I cannot believe.
Oh, sorry. I just realized one.
I'm sorry. What?
My mic was muted. I was talking the whole time.
You dummy.
Let's see here.
You don't have anything off the top of your head that interests you? Yeah, not
there was that.
Hey, come on. What? That what?
Nah, it's not technically a cryptid.
Oh my God, Rel! Just think of a thing. Or somebody in chat would come up with something. Come on, man.
Oh, you just put me on Johnny on the spot here. There's so many.
You don't have any fucking interests. Bucket, I know you're in chat. You're probably lurking. Any ideas of something we should look up? BB Floyd, one of my number one
impressive that you
lurkers.
do. He was in chat without looking.
I mean, it's Bucket. He's always here. He might not be active in chat, but he always here. I just sit there and be like, Buckethead the Great suggests a paranormal, creepy, cryptid, spookiness, ghost, or something for us to look up. Anything. I mean, I could show a video of something that's really fucking creepy if you guys want to watch that. We can discuss it.
It's a pretty local thing that, like, you probably never even heard of.
Oh? What?
But it's not necessarily a cryptid. It's more of like an alien kind of deal.
I'm into it. Let's hear it.
Hang on, let me remember his name.
This man. I don't know any creepy stuff. Sorry. I mean, fair. Wait, you don't know creepy stuff and you hang out? What? You come and join the Creepy Boy stream and you don't know creepy stuff? Do you just like learning? Is that what this is? And maybe Floyd's just sitting there like, I just like the sound of your voice. And I just heard that by happy. Don't fucking judge me. I'll stab you in your fucking rectum. Or you'll just take a mini cap. Who knows?
Indrid Cold. That's it.
That's called what?
Indrid Cold. You know of it?
Indrid Cold. I totally spelled this wrong. Indrid Cold?
Indrid Cold.
Alright, just send it to me and I'll Google it. Alright, let's see. Rel.
Doing it.
Come on, man. Hurry the fuck up. Yeah, Indrid Cold. Okay. Alright, let's see what this is. Cryptid Wiki. Indrid Cold, commonly known as a smiling... Oh, I have heard of the Smiling Man, actually. Is an allegedly humanoid entity. His name comes from his tendency to smile at those who encounter him. It is said that he still visits West Virginia to this day. Description. The grinning man is reported to be human-like in appearance, though is commonly associated with UFO activity and is sometimes believed to be an alien. It is also believed possible that he is connected with the Men in Black. In his first sighting, he was described as being over 6 feet tall and wearing a reflective green suit with a black belt. He had a dark complexion and small, beady eyes set far apart. He was described as not having any nose, ears, or hair. In his second known encounter, his suit was said to be blue instead of green, but still retained its reflective property. Along with what was described as looking perfectly natural with slicked back hair, a coat with the top 2 buttons unbuttoned, and having pants lighter than the coat, but still the same material. He was also described as being quite tan, though not dark, and looking like any normal human being. According to reports made by Woodrow Derenberg, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 came from a planet named Lenulos in the Ganymedes galaxy, and that there were 2 other grinning men by the names of Demo Hassan and Carl Ardo. Sightings. First sighting. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 was first seen on October 16, 1966, when 2 boys, Martin Mausmanov and James Jimmy Yanchidis in New Jersey, were walking on 4th Street when they saw a surreal figure standing near a fence. As they walked closer, the figure was a tall, bald man wearing a metal green suit who was staring right at them with a huge grin. The idiosyncratic man chased them until they got away from him. UFO sightings were also reported around the area. Jimmy nudged me and said, "Who's that guy standing behind you?" I looked around, and there he was, behind that fence, just standing there. He pivoted around and looked right at us. Then he grinned a big old grin. According to Nightmind, the boys only recalled the most frightening details of their encounter later on. They would recall that the man in the green suit was unusually tall and had unnatural facial features, such as the lack of ears and a nose. Hey, how's it going, �K𝐸? Welcome to the stream, my D-Live friendo. Hopefully you're having a fantastic time listening to me narrate random creepy shit. Hey look, I like to hang out here, okay? BB Floyd, I don't judge. I do appreciate you being here, don't worry. Alright, now the second encounter with 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿. On November 2nd, 1966, in Parkersburg, West Virginia, around the same area and time as the Mothman came about, Woodrow Derenberg was driving his way home on Interstate 77 until he heard a crash. Then, an unidentifiable vehicle appeared to land in front of his truck. He described it as an old-fashioned kerosene lamp chimney flaring at both ends, narrowing down to a small neck and then enlarging in a great bulge in the center. The grinning man came out of the vehicle with a dark tan and walked up to Derenberg and telepathically said his name was 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, and he meant no harm. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 said he just wanted to know more about the human race, and he would visit Derenberg again. After the encounter, Derenberg stated that 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 revealed he was from the planet Lenulos in the galaxy of Ganymedes. I don't know how to say that. Third sighting. During the same period at Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the Lilly family had been reporting that poltergeist activity in their home, such as diamond-shaped lights. The Lilly's daughter, Linda, was sleeping one night and awoke to a man standing over her. It was a man, a big man, very broad. I couldn't see his face very well, but I could see that he was grinning at me. He walked around the bed and stood right over me. I screamed again and hid under the covers. When I looked again, he was gone. Explanations. It is common belief that 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 may be an alien entity and is supported by its close connection with UFO activity and the Derenberg sighting. It is also said by Derenberg that the grinning man is in fact a species of aliens with multiple grinning men, although this is unlikely unless the aliens are shapeshifters, because it would be almost impossible for a race to take the exact same evolutionary path as us. However, the third sighting by the Lilly family suggests instead that it may be a ghost or a spirit of some kind, and was connected with poltergeist activity happening in the residence. It may be a prank that went too far, or a man with a mental illness. Others believe that it is a normal human man or a hoax based off of the popularity and fear of the Mothman, who had been first sighted around the same time. Well, that's actually really interesting. I didn't know that much about him, and now I do.
See, that can be useful.
Yeah, now do it again. Is there like a random section on Cryptid's fandom? Can you just take me to a random page? Is there a way to do that? I doubt it. Oh, what cryptid are you? Click to take the quiz. Guys, I'm gonna take the quiz. You want to do it? Should we do it? Let's
Quite interested in that octopus man I've never heard of until you brought it up in a video.
Octopus
I
man?
mean, of course I know of him. I mean, I took a picture of him. You seen the picture? I sent it to you.
What?
You know, the octopus guy in the Ohio River. And then I went down to the Ohio River and I fucking spotted him. You know, the one. This one here. 100% real, non-photoshopped image of the octopus man of the Ohio.
Rel, again, would you like to be beat to death with a wiffle ball bat?
I'll have you know, I went out of my way to take that picture.
Like, that makes it any more bad. Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's take a personality test to find out what cryptid I am.
That is a 100% genuine picture of the Ohio River. Okay.
Alright. What cryptid are you most like? Quiz. Alright. 8 questions. A cryptid is a creature that may be thought by some people to exist, but is not recognized by the scientific community. What cryptid are you most like? How big are you? Extra large. Alright, small. I gotta say medium. I'm a little below average, okay? I'm a small man. Not there, though. Alright, don't think that. I'm talking about my size as a human.
Nobody thought that.
Everybody thought that.
Not a soul thought that.
Bro, I literally made a dick joke beforehand. Of course I said below average afterwards. My goodness. Alright, what is your favorite type of food? Seafood, anything sugary or salty, barbecue, tropical, smoothie, or fruit snacks? I don't have a favorite food. Barbecue. What is your favorite type of... I pressed that, you fuck. Alright. How competitive are you? Prefer not to compete. Low-key insensitive, somewhat assertive, strong-willed and assertive, extremely assertive and competitive. I don't know. Like... I'd prefer not to compete for shit. But I mean, I guess somewhat assertive, because I can, like, take control of shit. Why not? How much time do you spend with friends or family? Keep to myself and family. Do others find you good looking? Plain looking, alright but nothing striking. Average looking with some nice attributes. Good features and sexy. Incredibly attractive. This is all on you. What do you guys think? What am I? I'm asking. I need to know.
What's the least desirable option?
Plain looking. I'm not ugly. I mean, I like to say average. Let's just go with average looking with some nice attributes. Because I don't have my simps in chat right now to back me up. How would you rate your intelligence? Avoids intellectual pursuits. Clever but prefers intellectual pursuits. Intelligent, very intelligent. Out of this world level genius. How do you say fucking stupid in this? I'm just gonna go with intelligent. Even though I'm not a very smart person. I know random things. So let's go with that. What is your athletic ability? None. Occasionally plays sport. Not sports. Sport. Enjoy sport for recreation. Play sport competitively. Extremely athletic and agile. Occasionally play sport because I go for walks, I guess. How much do you like traveling? Never travel. Stays close to home. Vacations are fun but not essential. I love to travel. I've been everywhere. I do like traveling. I just don't do it much. But I do like it, so I love to travel. Let's see my results. Ah!
What did you get?
You got Bigfoot.
Lol. I got
What are
something
the
I've never heard of.
chances? Man. The term Bigfoot is used to describe a legendary race of ape men all over the world. The term is often used to describe the Sasquatch, a hominid cryptid found in the Pacific Northwest of North America. Stories of an ape-like creature roaming the forests of North America have been around as long as some of the Native American tribes started in certain areas. However, the earliest written account was made in 1811 by David Thompson, and the term Bigfoot originated in 1958. Sasquatches are strong, unpolished individuals with a gruff exterior and conceals their soft and chewy center. What? Who the fuck ate a Bigfoot and made it soft and chewy? What? I don't like this one bit. That's creepy. That's scarier than being told I was Bigfoot. Okay, I feel like I'm running out of things to talk about. I mean, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of things that we could talk about, all related to the topic at hand. But we don't really have anyone that's able to bounce ideas off of because Rel has 2 brain cells. One's missing and the other one's out looking for him. So I don't have a great
First of
conversational
all,
partner.
How dare? How dare?
Am I wrong?
I mean, no, but
Then
so
shut
sure,
up.
if we put our 3 brain cells together, we'll think of something.
Yeah, but you gotta find your first one and then get the other one to come home.
Yeah,
Mine's just
I'll
sitting
look
there
up.
twiddling his thumbs.
I'll look up something and we'll see what comes up.
All right. Actually, what time is it right now? It is currently 11:46, meaning that it's nearly 1 p.m. for Boris. Could ask him if he wants to join us. Let's see what he's up to. Hey man, what you up to? Question mark. I don't know why, but I just looked at his mic conversation after sending that, and
Oh yeah, that gives me an idea.
because I know Boris and I have a similar like viewership. Like we share like 11% of the same audience. He sent me a picture apparently that it's just 2 razors chilling there, and they're just hanging on a little plaque thing, and one says balls, the other one says pussy, and I don't know why that was sent to me, but I apparently laugh reacted to it. There must have been context at one point. Also, I got like a random message earlier today. All right. It's from an account from someone that I have no shared servers with, no mutual friends. And they just say, hey, is this your account? And then links my Steam account. Well, I can't reply to them because we aren't friends, so we can't message each other. And I'm not going to just add this random person. And also, we don't have any shared friends. We don't have any shared servers. So I just gave it the thumbs up react. And I'm just curious as to what the fuck that's about.
I'm almost guaranteeing that's a hacker. And they just wanted
Possibly.
to know if that was your Steam account so they could take it.
I mean, they could try. I had a random person try and add me on here. Is this that person possibly? I don't know, because I commented on my one picture on Steam. But the name isn't the same. So now I'm just sitting here wondering who the hell they are. But it's a little bit weird, man. Also, they asked me to like add them as a friend to play with them, but it doesn't even look like they have the Halo Master Chief Collection. So how? How would I play with you? Nani? I'm just so confused.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me.
Okay. Of what?
Remember the day I took that picture of the octopus guy? Remember I was
Okay.
talking about that weird fucking story I had?
No, but go for it. I want to hear.
It's gonna sound like I'm just making it up because of how like batshit crazy it is. But I assure
Bro,
you it's
you have heard
100%
the
real.
stories about my life.
Well, okay, so imagine that, but like,
Imagine what?
3 times as unbelievable.
Okay. I am here to give comment, but I will listen. So let's hear it.
Okay. So, for context, because your brain is going to immediately go for this. I have never once in my life experienced sleep paralysis, ever.
Okay.
Throwing that out there now because that's immediately where your brain's going to go.
Okay.
So when I was like, fuck, I think I was like 8, 7-ish. I was really young. I was still losing my baby teeth, right? Which is exactly how I got in that situation. So we were in Florida visiting my grandma who lived
Okay.
in Florida because she's old, you know. And she has this big open living room. It's like a kitchen that you can see from the living room, and then there's like this room on the end of the living room where me and my
Like a
mom,
sunroom.
yeah, like a sunroom, but it didn't have any windows.
That's called a
Where me
closet.
and my mom slept on an air mattress for the night. And you could see from where the air mattress was all the way through the house to the kitchen.
Okay.
And I had just lost a tooth. So I was like, oh boy, I'm going to put it under the pillow. But I decided I wanted to do the Santa approach and just stay up and see what happened. So I did. I put it under the pillow and I stayed up until something happened.
Okay.
Something did fucking happen. So there I was. It was about 1, 2 o'clock in the fucking morning, right? All of a sudden, I see movement in the kitchen. Couldn't have been my mom. She was right next to me. Couldn't have been my dad. It was too fast. Couldn't have been my grandma. It was too fast. So then I was like, oh shit, here it comes. So I lay down, face down on the pillow, and I stopped moving. Because, you know, I don't want to get caught. So then I hear the footsteps coming toward me. And then it's just really high-pitched giggling. Like, I would describe it as... Like, imagine like a Disney princess giggle.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like. So then as soon as I heard the footsteps hit the edge of the bed, all of a sudden, I couldn't move. And I was just laughing really, really hard. Like, involuntarily. So then my head lifts up off the bed, pillow with it, and then I just go right face down on the fucking bed. And then everything just goes quiet. I then wake my mom up, freaking the fuck out, because I was like concerned. She didn't know what was happening, so I'm just wake her up, freaking out. Everyone else in the house wakes up because I'm literally just in a panic, right?
Mm-hmm. So what did you see though?
It was like I only saw the silhouette when it was in the kitchen. I would describe it as it was literally just Like imagine the Tooth Fairy from Fairly Odd Parents, like that. It was like the silhouette of that.
Tooth Fairy from Fairly Odd Parents. Give me a sec. I gotta Google that. I don't remember what that looks like. Oh. Okay. Why she kind of bad though? Why?
It was the weirdest fucking thing I have ever experienced in my life.
So, you're certain that it wasn't like a dream or nothing though?
I am positive.
Huh.
I remember
That's-
it like it was yesterday.
Were you like sleep deprived at all or anything?
No, I was perfectly capable of sleeping. I just didn't because I wanted to see what would happen.
Okay, but like a hallucination can still be triggered if you are sleep deprived. Like if you were keeping yourself awake, it's possible. So do you think that that's a possibility or it was actually something?
Well, yeah, it's sure that's possible, but like, it's never happened before and it's never happened since. It was like a one-off thing.
Alright, then the real question is, was the tooth still there after?
It was indeed not.
I don't know what to tell you then. Like, is there, like, anyone that doesn't know us, I'm sorry. To our knowledge, the tooth fairy isn't real.
Yeah, she's not.
But
whatever the
now,
fuck that was,
let's
sure
look
was.
at this from let's look at this from a different point of view. As a kid, how did you imagine that the tooth fairy looked? Like Tinkerbell, or like a full-sized human, like how Santa Claus is able to break into your house and put shit?
At the age I was, like, my parents were the kind of parents to just rip the Band-Aid off early, you know? So I already knew, like, she wasn't supposed to be real.
Okay, then
But, like,
you still put on
I
your
had
pillow.
never caught my parents putting the money under my pillow, so I just wanted to see when they would do it.
Okay, so you were already informed at that point that the tooth fairy wasn't real.
Yes.
Was there like an inkling of hoping, and that was why you stayed up?
I don't think so.
Because the way that I'm looking at this is, if you still at the time believe that there's potential for a tooth fairy to be real, then maybe there's an actual like cryptid or something like that that's in the area. You said it was Florida?
Yeah, it was down in Florida.
Alright, let's see what cryptids are in Florida. Cryptid creatures of Florida. I don't want to read. I don't want to buy a book. List of cryptids. Alright, am I able to see this by... Oh god. Let's just search up Florida on this page. St. John's River Monster and the Skunk Ape. So there's no known cryptids of that. And what state did you live in at the time? Because I know you were visiting there.
I live in West Virginia. Like, I have since I was born.
Alright, so there's the Flatwoods
We were just down there
Monster,
visiting
and
because
there's the Mothman, so there's nothing else on this list. Because the way that I like to view it is see what else it could potentially be, right? And if there is another cryptid, maybe there's something that was able to... It's also possible it could have been like maybe like a spirit or a demon or something, but like those aren't like necessarily like what they'd be. But if it is able to deceive you by being what you think it's supposed to be, you are technically giving it a bone offering. You are offering a part of yourself to something, right? And if it's able to seize that opportunity, because as a child, you're like, oh, it's for the tooth fairy. You don't know what the actual tooth fairy is, right? If the tooth fairy is real, this thing wouldn't be able to do anything. But if it's not real, anything that could fit that description would then have access to that offering. Because essentially that's what you're doing with it, right? Sure, it's a trade, but you're giving an offering to something. So the real question was, did it leave money behind?
No, it just took the tooth.
Yeah, then it definitely wasn't a tooth fairy. Like if the tooth fairy is real, that definitely was not a tooth fairy. So that must have been
I feel
something
like if the
else,
tooth
and it
fairy
took
was
the.
real, would it really have just American USD on it?
I feel like it probably is able to just either create it or it would be able to steal it from somebody else or something. Like I don't
That
know.
would just ruin the economy.
Well, I mean, if it's only $1 or $2 at a time, think about how many the fucking government prints for itself. Right? It wouldn't affect it that much.
But yeah, easily the worst part was like when it made me like not be able to move. And
Yeah,
like
that's
the
what makes me think that
involuntarily
it's something
giggling,
else.
that was fucked up.
Yeah, so if it was something like again, I'm not saying this is what it is, right? But based off of like descriptions of what demonology would include, you offer something to it and it now has a form of control over you, right? So if you've ever had any things that you're like, this doesn't make sense, or you have like a spill of bad luck for a long time until you found a way around it, then it's entirely possible that that's what it was, right? Like I'm not saying it's what it is, but there's a potential that that could be like an explanation as opposed to just fucking tooth fairy's a bitch. Like, you
Well,
know,
it did that. It did that before it took the tooth.
I know that's what I'm saying. Like if it was something else, then it's just fucking with you because it knows you're awake. Because it would be able to like invade your mind and then like give itself a form that wouldn't be scary to you, right? If it was able to like shapeshift, which we're going off the assumption that it's like a demon or a ghost or something. More than likely closer to like demonology, because it fucked with you a little bit.
Yeah, it just sounds like I'm taking the piss, you know? It's like the tooth
No.
fairy
Like
came and took my
I
tooth.
believe what you're saying. I'm just trying to like find rational like. I guess really talk about demons wouldn't be rational, but like you know what I'm saying, like an explanation for it. Because like the way that my brain works is problem solution. The problem is we don't know what it is. Everyone knows tooth fairy isn't real, right? So what could it have been that did that and took in a lot of cultures a bone offering, because like your teeth are your bones, right? To give a part of yourself to something in a lot of cultures has heavy weight. So if there was something that either followed you from where you were or it was something there that did that, like for example, is because you were visiting your grandmother, you said, right? Is she like from a different culture, or is she from another part of the world, or is she from like a
No,
different state than Florida?
she lived around here until she moved to Florida.
Okay, so there's no other explanation possibly. Was there anything else weird about that house?
They had a lot of glass like crystal things, they're just in different shapes, but that was about it.
I mean, maybe one of those had something. Maybe they're from like a different culture or something, or your grandmother
Well, I
brought
mean, we
something over from by.
still have those. In fact, they're in the next room right now.
All right, well, here's what you got to do then. Knock a tooth out, leave it under your pillow,
See
and let
what
us know what
happens.
happens. Record it. Next thing you know, you actually like record yourself just knocking your tooth out, but not what happens that night. Oh, I misunderstood what you meant. All right. Now I'm gonna go and check something real quick. All right. I'm gonna go to TikTok real quick and hopefully be able to mute stuff. All right, it's already muted. All right, so let's search up hashtag cryptid and see what we can find. All right. Wait a minute, what is this? Oh, this looks fancy. All right, here, let me put a... What is this one connected to? Google Chrome? All right, cool. And we'll go there. And I will really quickly go transform. Oh, I gotta unlock it. Hold up. transform, reset, transform, and then I'll just like give it one of those and move it like this and move it over here. All right, so let's mute our music and just check out what these are, because we found there's one called Cryptid Chronicles. So let's see this, and hopefully it's not loud. Okay.
When I go up, there's just gonna be everywhere. It always happens. Like, it always happens. I'm not getting anything now.
I gotta fix it. I'm sorry. Just give me a sec. I'm just trying to like adjust a few things while I do this. Alright, so
When I go up, there's
That was so fake.
everywhere. It always happens. Like, it always happens.
That is so fake.
I'm trying to find it. I don't see nothing.
I'm not getting anything now.
I must have missed it.
It's near the beginning. Behind a tree. Like the ATV driver doesn't react to it. It's pretty clearly visible. See right there behind the tree.
Oh. Yeah, that was very blurry. I didn't even see that. Huh.
That's dummy fake. It's so fake. Smell it, you know, in my nostrils.
Hold on. It's a Bigfoot, man. You see it?
No, it doesn't have a red circle around it. I can't clearly see the guy standing in the middle.
There, I'm helping, right? Am I helping with the circle?
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah.
It's like a face right here. There's part 2.
I dropped that.
Look at that face. That's fucking creepy, man. Some spooky shit, bro. I was like, got that carcass right here. My goodness. Spooky. I don't like this doesn't line up correctly. So here's what I'm gonna do. Actually, no, I'm gonna leave it because I could probably just toss on my other window and it'd be lining up just fine, but fuck it. Let's see what other cryptid stuff we can find by searching up #cryptid. Should probably hide this for the moment just in case something pops up because it's TikTok. It do what it do. How come I cannot just search up #cryptid and it not just show me, you know? I don't need accounts. I don't want to see accounts. Like, load more. Let's see what else is out there. Like, I want to see actual videos. All right. Because I'm willing to just use... you know what? Yeah, that'll probably work. That'll probably work. Give me a moment to load up something real quick. All right, so I'm just gonna open up a new tab for this, close that, and I've got something called a Android emulator. All right, so let's load that up, and while I'm at it, I have to move my chat onto my other screen, or my OBS onto my other screen, which is totally gonna fuck with shit for me, but that's fine. Oh god. This is not going well. Give me a sec to try and do this. Oh my god, all that did was just reorganize them. What? Why is this not working? What? Why am I not able to move this next to my actual capture like how it's supposed to be? Oh my god, finally. About damn time. Sorry, I'm trying to reorganize stuff to be able to actually, like, be able to... There we go. Now I can actually see stuff on my screen. Fantastic. Alright, there we go. I mean, it's not perfect, but it'll work for now. Alright, why is my emulator not running? There it is. Okay. Toss it over onto this window. This is going to be on my desktop audio, so I'm going to mute that real quick just to make sure it's not super loud. I know this person in real life. What the fuck? What the fuck am I looking at? Alright, is there a way to look this up on here? There we go, videos. Alright. So give me a sec to properties, change this to that. Okay. Click it, right click, transform, reset transform. And now we will just bring it down. And we'll move it here, and then I'll get a little bit bigger. So I searched up hashtag cryptid. Okay. Or I guess just cryptid, but you know what I mean. I gotta move myself over. And go back over to OBS. So let's see if this works. I'm gonna need to see how loud this is. Currently have it at negative 15.6. Alright, someone keep that in mind. So let's just click. Yeah, Fresno crawlers. That's fucking loud for me. Alright, why not? It's funny, but whatever. Alright, now I'm gonna... Rel, did you want me to share my screen with you? That way you don't need to watch it on like actual stream, or do you mind at all? Alright, you get to watch it on stream with everyone else then, fine. Gigantic Bigfoot, at least 8 to 10 feet tall. He's got some girth on him too. Alright. I don't see no Bigfoot. Oh, now I see a Bigfoot. Oh, shit. Sure is a good thing that they had the world's worst fucking camera. Alright. What else do we got on here? Don't mind me just kind of readjusting things so they look nice. There we go. Cryptid shows its face. Okay, let's see.
That. That.
What the fuck? Enhance. Now squint. I don't know what that is. I honestly could not tell you.
That.
But alright then. You know what? Let's just check out users and we'll just search up pretty sure, yeah, the 𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸. He has some really interesting stuff. Alright. So he has some stuff where he talks about missing 411s. He talks about religious stuff. He talks about monsters of various different types. He talks about all sorts of different things. But this is one of the most important things. All right, this one right here that I'm about to click on. So many people kind of make fun of him for talking about the fact that there's no such thing as cryptids. There's blah, 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 blah. And he goes, okay, now hear me out on why you still shouldn't go out in the woods.
Okay. Listen, I might be wrong. It might not be some sort of supernatural entity that's killing people in the national parks. But something's killing people in our national parks. Be all high and mighty about it all you want. Even if I'm wrong, even if there is a completely natural explanation for this, it's still happening. The government is still denying Freedom of Information Act requests. They are still keeping lists and then telling people the list doesn't exist. They are keeping lists and then telling people that the list will cost them $1 million to have. They are keeping lists telling you it's going to cost you $1 million to get the list when they just told you they didn't have the list. David Paulides has been trying to get the list. He published like 9 books on this. There's 2 documentaries. Mr. Ballen's got like 80 videos on it on YouTube. Maybe I'm the one who's the most out there suggesting that it's some sort of supernatural apex predator that's taken out human beings and living in the caves. But fuck, man, if me talking about it gets people to actually look into it and investigate it and maybe we get some answers for these people, fuck, I am happy to be the crazy one. Okay?
He's got a point. I mean, think about it. Even if there isn't supernatural shit out there, right? There's still shit happening. So I'll be the crazy one to get attention on it. Why not? You know, just makes sense. All right. Can someone explain this? Honestly, I do not know. That's always good.
I'm stumped. I don't know. Once again, assuming this is not edited, there's nothing that one fits with. Because, like, if it had changed form, that would be one thing.
Just Rudolph the way.
Shapeshifters are, you know, a common thing in folklore and in mythology. But that dog just kind of, like a balloon. Like somebody
Rudolph.
let the air out of a dog balloon. I mean, you guys are doing a great job. You're starting to tag me in stuff where I really do not know.
Hey, do you remember when I
simply
said
have
don't stream on
no
Discord?
idea.
I take
What?
it back. Please do that.
Why? Are you having
I-
difficulties, brother?
Final Fantasy makes video players lag. Thank you.
All right. Is it? Yeah, it should be loading for you, right?
Yeah.
All right. Found this bell in the forest.
I found this bell in a forest. What will happen when I ring it?
You'll die.
Look, I get it. Somebody probably put the bell there. It's probably an art project. But for the love of God, if you see something like that in the woods, don't ring it. Look, a big part of how all of this works with folklore and mythology and all that, whether you're talking about demons, witches, wendigos, and any of it, usually they'll leave you alone unless you do one of two things. You go into their territory or you summon them. This is why people take Ouija boards very seriously, because you are technically just inviting a demon into your home. This is why you don't go out whistling in the woods at night. This is why you don't just go around throwing out the names of flesh pedestrians. I mean, as far as folklore and witchcraft and magic and all those things, whether you believe in some or all or none, as far as all these things go, one of the key things you shouldn't do is play with strange things you found in the forest. It's up there with, like, don't go into caves alone. It's up there with if you hear your name, no you didn't. It's just like these TikTok people just have a goddamn death wish.
I found this bell in a
I like this guy. He's a funny man.
It's just infinitely lit. Can you restart?
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's actually gonna load. Is it loading? Hold on. Let's see if I can get this working for you, man. Because that doesn't look like it's turning on for me. Is it working for you? Oh, Discord crashed. Oh. Oh. Let me just fucking restart Discord, I guess. Weird. Sorry about that, Rel. Alright, let's load that up. Hey man, sorry. Discord crashed.
As it was.
Alright, now let me know if it works now. This one is very interesting.
Something inexplicable and terrifying happened to a family in Palmyra, Maine in 2006. And it all kicked off with one night when the two owners of the house, Eric and Shelley, were sitting on their porch having coffee, and Shelley reported seeing bright lights off in the forest. Eric grabbed their son and went to investigate, only to find that the bright lights seemed to be coming from nowhere at all. The lights disappeared near the tree line, but the two decided they were going to walk a little ways into the woods just to be safe. If you've ever been to the woods in Maine, you're not talking about, your average park. These are dense woods. These are hard to navigate. And they get a little ways in, and then they hear something walking right next to them, maybe just like 15 meters off to the side. A rational decision is made to simply leave. Some time passes, and Chelsea, the daughter, and her boyfriend decide to go for a walk in the woods on a nice spring day. And on their walk, they come across this fetid den, which seems as though it was built, not just compiled as animals do. And it smells terrible, and then from within they hear these strange sounds and this rotting meat smell. So they book it out of the woods. Hang on for part 2. If you thought things were getting better...
So, I do want to talk about this story afterwards because it's a dogman sighting, alright? And those are actually sighted in, like, Massachusetts. Hold on. Is it Massachusetts?
Massachusetts.
Say it again.
Massachusetts. You can do it.
What is it?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
Say it with me now. Chew. Sits. Massachusetts. You're a lost cause.
Massachusetts. I can't say that word. I found something I can't say. Massachusetts. Right?
There you go.
Hey.
Ooh.
Massachusetts. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's the name of the place. But also probably not because it's just knowing my luck. So I know that Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and it's probably not even Massachusetts that I was thinking of. Where is that? Where is it? I don't see it. Montana, Washington, Oregon, North Dakota, South Dakota. How do you guys find shit in your country? There's so much. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So Massachusetts also is in the same area of like Pennsylvania and stuff. But apparently there's not many
Or
sightings in like, New York
Boston.
area. Yeah. So like Michigan, and like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Southern Ontario has dogman sightings. So it's entirely possible that anything dogman related might also be visible here. So I like these stories. So let's hear some more of this one, because this is a 3-part tale.
In Palmyra, they're not. A few months after this incident, something happens you might all recognize. Eric and Shelley are sitting on their porch having their coffee, and they realize that the woods and plains around them are silent. Not a sound, no predators, no wind, just complete and total silence. If you follow this page, you know what silence means. Now, Shelley has a flashlight, she shines it around, she doesn't see anything, and it's at this point later on that Eric starts to tell people that this is when he started to feel uneasy. In the moment, Eric decided he wanted to go inside. This sparked an argument until they heard a noise. Shelley picks the flashlight back up, she scans the field, and finds that on the gravel driveway right in front of them are 3 wolf-like creatures. And we're talking giant wolves, and not just wolves that are sitting there calmly, wolves that stand up on their hind legs. Shelley puts the light down to turn around and go inside, and at that moment, whatever's out in the field decides to charge at them. They do manage to get inside and lock every single door and window in the house. And I should be able to finish this in part 3. Once Eric and Shelley had successfully locked down the house, they realized one thing. Eric's guns were all in the barn. This was due to an argument where Shelley said that she didn't want the guns in the house, so Eric should keep them locked up in the barn, which makes guns quite useless for self-defense. The next step for the family is that Shelley goes to secure Chelsea in her bedroom, then goes to look for the dogs, who are cowering in a corner of the bedroom. Like a plot point out of an action movie, Eric decides, I need to go get my guns out of the barn. He decides that's a bad move, and the better move is to try and get to the truck, back the truck up to the door, and have everybody pile in so they can just yeet out of there. Before he makes this sprint to his truck, he decides to check where the animals are, and they're not in the gravel path anymore. He goes to check again, and now he sees them further back in the field. Unfortunately, when he gets to the car, the motion sensor light shocks him and he drops his keys, triggering the animals to notice he's there. So he grabs the keys and gets back to the house just in time to slam the door before they can get to it. And for the rest of the night, they would hear these things crawling around the roof, the porch, everything. And they never got in, but to this day, the family still doesn't know what they were. Once Eric...
Yeah, fuck that. Alright. I would not want to fuck with that.
Guns in the house now.
Oh, I would. Fuck yeah. Like, that is why you have them. That is a self-defense thing. And if someone's get mad at me, I'll be like, bro, cryptids. And then when the day shows up that a motherfucking werewolf wants to rip out your jugular, and that motherfucker ends up getting blast cannoned in the next week, who you gonna thank?
Oh, what's a werewolf? What is a lead bullet gonna do against a werewolf? You need silver.
I mean, if you blow a hole in something, doesn't matter what it's immune to. You're gonna at least stun the fucker. If not, kneecap the bitch. Alright, like, fuck. Alright. What is this one?
We found a bunch of tunnels going straight underground.
You found what?
We found...
It just freezes. You found what?
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, thank you. Let's click this one. Oh, we've all seen this.
Here's why that's not a Wendigo. First of all, entirely the wrong territory for it. This guy is biking along a path in what is clearly a suburban neighborhood. And even if we are talking about, you know, post-pandemic, maybe the Windy Boys are getting a little bit more daring
This
out
is
of
an old
desperation,
video.
moving into suburban areas rather than sticking solely to the forests. It is far too small. The skin is way too dark. The movement isn't right. I mean, this is something that's super strong
Sorry,
and
my
super
tracking's
fast.
getting
Why would
fucked
it
up,
fall off a fence? And we're talking about
Scratching
something
my
that is perfectly agile and can easily decide how it's going to make its point of attack. It wouldn't just fall over right in front of somebody on a bike. So I'm going to say once again, dude in a morph suit, just somebody looking for clout.
It's not, but like that right there. It has a tail, as you can see. It was actually a monkey because this was taken in Oh fuck. I remember watching like a video a very long time ago. I believe it's a third world country that the guy was riding his bike around in, and this thing just jumps down, but you can clearly see bent legs, tail, and lands on its hands first, and has a forward facing head. All right, it is a monkey of some kind. I don't know what, but oops. But clearly a monkey of some kind. Like, you saw that? Clearly a monkey. Clearly a monkey. So, might be a malnourished one, but clearly a monkey.
This is a good follow-up to my last video. There's a couple possibilities. It's either going to do something like call your name in a voice you recognize, or it's going to scream. If it's close to you, it's probably going to call your name, because it wants you to just kind of veer off the trail and follow the sound, and then it's just going to easily be able to capture you. So if you hear your name called in the woods, don't follow it. This is wisdom from the natives, from people who live in Appalachia, from people who live in the Adirondacks. You hear your name called at night, you don't follow it. You hear your name called off the trail, you don't follow it. You hear someone calling for help, you don't follow it. You go get the authorities. The other option, it might scream. And it's going to be a loud, high-pitched, terrifying, ear-shattering scream. And of course, the closer that scream sounds, the further it is away. So if it's far, it's going to scream like it's close because it wants you to run. It wants you scared, it wants you out of your element. It wants to trigger your fight or flight response because it's super strong and super fast, and whether you fight or run, you're going to lose. This is a good follow-up to my last.
Yeah, that's another thing that a lot of people don't seem to know about Wendy Nopes, is their whole point is to get you off of the trail so that you're an easier target and can't run, right? If you're put into like the bush, you're not designed for that. We're people. People aren't designed to run through foliage, right? We're designed to cut down foliage and then make our own paths there. That's what we've always done. We'll follow a deer trail. We'll do anything except for run through an actual forest. So if you're forced into a situation where you do that, hearing a scream really up close is it actually being far away. It's almost like it can project its sound like a ventriloquist kind of idea. So it's trying to make you run off the trail, right? And then if it sounds like it's far away, it's really close because it's trying to make you go and help somebody, right? So it'll probably say help really far away, but you're actually right by it and it's trying to get you off the trail. He explains that in another one, so around here. Oh, here's a not deer sighting. This is what I was talking about earlier.
A deer!
That don't look like a fucking deer. Look at that. That's wrong. Short, stout body, long ass fucking neck. Ears are huge. All right. Stumpy little legs. That is not a deer. I've seen deer my entire life. I live near woods. I have lived near woods my entire life. That ain't a deer. Okay.
Looks more like a weird donkey.
I wouldn't say that either, man. Like, it's too short. Look at it.
I can only look at it when you're tapping into it.
Seen a deer.
Because I've already seen this video. I looked at it.
I've seen a lot of deer in my life. Like, growing up in southeastern Pennsylvania, there's woods everywhere, there's a national park down the street. Like, I've seen a lot of deer. I have never seen a deer that looks like it has the neck of an alpaca. And I don't know, maybe there's some sort of regional breed of deer that I'm not aware of that looks like that. But that does not look like a deer to me. That looks like something that's not a deer imitating a deer. Which would fit with the Appalachian not deer. Or the Appalachian not deer. What is the not deer? Well, the simple biological explanation for it is that it's chronic wasting disease, but that doesn't really apply to all sightings of the not deer. Chronic wasting disease is a prion disease that causes animals to deteriorate over time, causing the soft tissue to essentially just rot away while they're alive. But that doesn't really catch all not deer. Some not deer have body proportions that are off. Some not deer have sharp teeth. Some have too many eyes. Some have legs that bend the wrong way. There's no consensus, we just know it's not a deer.
Alright, let's scroll through the nut deer. Oh, actually, I know this one. Oh, man. This poor man. This poor man. My God.
So I'm gonna fucking die. If you were in my Instagram live, I think, what was it, last night or a couple nights ago, you will know what I'm talking about. So, you know, my girlfriend comes up to the shack one day while I'm sitting there, you know, having a schmoint, and I fell asleep, and then she comes running into the motherfucking shack talking about how she's seen something standing on its hind legs, like tall enough to be a human, but it was a deer. And then after she spotted it, it took off running in the fucking opposite direction. She came in literally panicking, talking about she's never seen anything like it before. I just thought that shit was just tripping, and I didn't think anything of it, and I decided to ignore it because I didn't think that there would be anything above it. But then, lo and behold, I walk across my For You page, and then people start posting shit about this. Yeah, that's what we're looking at right
All right, now to be fair, again, this is the image I talked about earlier. This is a normal deer. Deer, in fact, do this. There's no foliage on the ground. It was hungry. It will eat leaves. They are herbivores, okay? This is a normal thing. They don't walk around like that, though. They can maybe take a step, and that is to rebalance themselves, just moving their legs back and forth. But they do not walk like this. Deer cannot stay walking like that. Their spine is not designed like that. Their weight isn't balanced. The reason that we have asses is to counterbalance our torso, because our head often leans forward, okay? So this right here, you can already see it's having difficulty, all right, with staying at this angle. And its legs bend back this way. It's hunched. It's trying to bring these legs as far back as possible. Deer can't walk like that. It's too much strain on their hind legs. They'll only readjust, and they don't stay standing. All right. But they can do that. But they don't walk like that.
now. Take it in. Take it in. What's your witness?
And again, this is just another image. The thing just saw the camera. Or the camera flashed, and it got its attention. Again, they do stand like that, but they don't walk like that. White eye shine, all right, obviously it's a black and white camera, but white eye shine from an animal, very common. Deer have a white eye shine, okay? But they, again, do not walk like this. They stand like this to get tree branches to be able to eat leaves. They don't walk like this.
Missing is what she witnessed. Apparently, these things are an urban legend found throughout North of fucking America. And guess where my happy black ass is? In fucking Pennsylvania, North America. This just gets better and better. So apparently these things, not deers, I don't know what the actual terminology is for these mythical creatures. But apparently they try to lure you out, and then once they lure you, I forget what happens afterwards, they use a knocking of sorts on the window or the door. You know how many times I've heard knocking on the door and just thought it was wind? Countless. I didn't think it was anything, so I just ignored it and chose to ignore it and think nothing would happen. You know how many times I've just seen deer in the backyard staring at me, not moving? Countless. I'm going to die. If this is my last post and if this is my last time being on this earth, I want you all to know that I love you so fucking much. I'm going to die.
But yeah, that would be kind of freaky, I think. All right, now let's see what else we can come up with find here.
2 of our chickens went missing the other day, so we set up a security camera. My boyfriend went down there to test out the night vision, and there he is dancing. But behind him, you can see 2 eyes that are watching him from the woods. 2 of our chickens went missing the other day.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy. Though, again,
So we set up a security.
White eye shine, it is entirely possible that at that height, it could be a small deer. It could be a raccoon, because they also have white eye shine. It could be a possum. But I don't think that's a not deer.
My boyfriend went down there to test out the night vision, and there he is.
Because like a young deer, or even just a deer that's laying down, won't necessarily always run away if it doesn't think that you see it. If it lives near your house, right? It'll know that humans are there. Raccoon doesn't give a fuck about you. Possum doesn't give a fuck about you. Like, it could just be a coyote. They don't really give a fuck about you. It might growl at you, but for the most part, coyotes are kind of bitches. And if their chickens are missing, I wouldn't be surprised. Huh?
Why the eyes? I don't see them.
See where this green box is? You see where my mouse? I don't know if you can see where my mouse on the screen share, but
right there.
side of
It is dancing, but behind him, you can see 2 eyes that are watching him from the woods. 2 of our chickens went missing the other day, so we set up a security camera.
It's also entirely possible that it's just something that's reflective.
Went down there to test out the night vision,
the
and
leaves
there he
moving
is dancing.
are
But behind him,
making
you
it
can see
blur
2
and
eyes
look
that are
like it's
watching him
blinking.
from the woods.
So entirely possible. And I don't see any other eyes anywhere else. Like
2 of our chickens went missing the other day, so we set up a security camera.
Anything over here.
My boyfriend went down there to test out the night vision, and there he is dancing.
So that'd be my only guess. Let's see what else is on here. This person got a story. I'm always afraid just scrolling through TikTok because I occasionally hear some really bad words that I don't want to hear. So let's hope that we don't get anything inappropriate. Plus, we're on TikTok. I don't want to accidentally get in trouble for like revealing clothing type thing. So we're gonna have to be very careful. But whatever. What's this one?
You guys want to hear about the night deer? You're gonna hear about the night deer. I didn't actually know if they were official cryptids or not, or if they actually had names, but someone told me that they also have been heard them being called Dior. The last time this happened to me, I was out at my grandparents' house here, hiking. I'm walking around my woods like the cryptid I am, and then a few yards ahead of me, I see a doe. My natural reaction is to stop, because I've seen does out here before, and I just want to take a minute to look at her. I don't want to spook her. However, she turns and looks me in the eyes. I notice that all of her knees are bent backwards. Any direction a deer knee is supposed to go, hers don't. Once I notice this, I give a little, okay. And then I turn the fuck around and jog all the way home. I may be a cryptid, and this may be my woods, but I don't fuck with shit that makes eye contact. You guys...
I don't fuck with shit that makes eye contact. That's fair. That is fair. The hell you making eye contact with me for? Fuck off. Alright, let's hear more from this girl. She sounds funny.
If you guys know my content, you know as of late I've been talking about a cryptid called the night deer. I've already talked about one encounter I had with it. Here's another one. I used to have a friend that lived way out of town in the country, and at the time I was the only one of my friends who had a driver's license, so I would drive her home to avoid bothering our parents. And one of these nights I'm driving her home, it's kind of late, it's really dark. We are both watching the sides of the road because we don't want an animal to run out in front of my car. I see a buck up ahead, so I keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't get in front of my car. The closer I look at him, the more I realize he's got bends in his neck like a finger. His mouth is also hanging open, but way too wide. It's like a dog's mouth. It stretches all the way back to his ears. And boy, oh boy, does he have teeth. Pretty glad I was in a car that time. If you guys know my content, you know as of...
Okay then. Why is this not letting me do the thing I want to do? Hello? I can't change my stream info apparently. There, okay, I have fixed my stream info. Nice. Let's see if there's anything else in here. Anything else? Rel, are you still here, or did you just kind of disappear again?
I'm still here.
Alright, what the heck? I don't like this one bit. Look at this. No. What's this? Bro, that's just a moose. Homie, straight up, that is a moose. Like, that right there. Watch as the head turns. That's a moose. Look at the fucking snoot. I know you guys can really see it too well, but that's a moose. That's not a not deer. That's a moose. I'm gonna hide it for a sec just so, because the comment section might have racist stuff in it. That, sir, is an elk. Where are you at these strange animals? Ma'am, that is an elk. That's just an elk. Alright, well, maybe it's an elk instead of... Yeah, someone else say a moose. Moose got a snoot. Moose do got a snoot. Moose got big snoot. Big large snoot. Why is it running like a bear? It's running like a moose. Like everyone knows nothing about wildlife, just calls everything a not deer. Well, technically, it's either a deer or not a deer, so therefore, not deer is accurate.
Got the right of it, I fear.
For the love of Christ, zoom in! Sir, that is an elk. Please do not approach closer. Why? Elk will game end you if they feel too threatened, especially musk males. I mean, have you ever had an animal decide to Control-Alt-Delete your life? Because that is an option. And they do not mind. They will just remove you. Okay, this one's neck is too short for an elk or a deer. The tail isn't right, and it doesn't run like a deer or elk. The coloring doesn't. It's a moose! Or a caribou. Because a caribou is technically a deer. Caribou! Alright, let's see what else is on here. Alright, do you have
so we
a
find this
story?
fucking skull here. It has a full set of teeth.
Ricky here.
And this dumbass goes, "You think it's a bird?" So we find this.
Well, that's a good use of that audio, I suppose. Alright. Did I miss the part 1 of that guy's stuff? Because I know this guy's stuff. He's not bad at. What the fuck?
There's no other explanation. If it's a weird looking deer, it's not deer. And I should know, I'm just some random person on TikTok. Not deer. Not deer. Knotted deer. Do not touch deer. Deer are paranormal and creepy. There's no other explanation.
Okay. Fair.
Fuck that guy's face. Go down.
That's the one I told you was fucking weird. What is this?
Fuck?
Meat sucky sucky now, mommy.
What the fuck? Oh my god, this is why we don't go on TikTok while we stream. Oh boy. Alright.
That's quality.
Shit. That was some high quality shit. Alright, let's click on this.
I've received several messages from people who have encountered a strange antlered creature either in the woods or appearing to them shortly after a dream. But we've already established that the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 does not have antlers. So what is it that people are seeing? Well, I believe they've encountered the knot deer.
Oh god,
the knot
no,
deer is a
thank you.
creature that's
Never.
been seen all over the United States, but sightings are incredibly prevalent in Appalachia. It's often described as an emaciated zombie-like deer that can walk on its hind legs. Sometimes people say it looks more like a regular deer, but with unnatural features, like limbs that are on backwards, or a head that is on backwards, or sometimes the jaws of a wolf or a dog. But what is the knot deer? Check out part 2 from my theories.
Alright, let's hear your
It's
theory,
certainly
homie.
not a deer.
Yep, it's either a deer or it's not a deer.
People all across the...
It's just
What
like
about the maybe
when you
deer?
got. It's just like having a 50-50 chance with anything. You have about like a 3% chance of survival from this surgery, but if it works, it works. So you're saying I got a 50-50 chance? No, you have a 3% chance. Well, either I survive or I don't. So there's a 50-50 chance, right? Sir, do you
Either
want
I
the surgery?
game.
50-50. Let's
not
do it.
game. Either way,
Either I die and I'm happy, or I survive and I'm happy, whatever.
The U.S. have been seeing a strange, unnatural deer creature known as the knot deer. And I believe there are 3 potential candidates from indigenous American folklore that might explain what the creature is. The first is a terrifying but harmless creature from Choctaw lore known as the 𝐭𝐻𝐻𝐿. Described as an eerie deer man, the creature delights in frightening people, particularly hunters, and particularly the hunter's prey.
Never mind.
Cherokee tell tales of the deer.
I was like, I forgot how to say it.
That can shapeshift between human and deer. They're generally helpful to women, but particularly dangerous to men, especially those that have committed adultery. And finally, the Choctaw tell of an evil, shape-shifting, telepathic spirit known as the 𝐂𝐡𝐚𝐭. This might explain why it often appears after a dream.
Part 3.
There is a very unfortunate yet scientific explanation as to what the knot deer might be. Chronic wasting disease is a disease that is becoming more prevalent amongst North American deer populations. It is a disease that will lead to the deer's death if they contract it. They generally lose a great amount of weight and look very emaciated, but most importantly, their behavior changes. Notably, they tend to lose their fear of humans. They usually isolate themselves from other animals. They typically experience tremors and difficulty with movement, which might make them appear very unnatural and creepy. So it is very unfortunate, but it's possible that the knot deer is simply a deer with chronic wasting disease.
Poor babies. Is this the person I think it is? This one right here. This is the person I think it is. They make some really interesting videos.
Oh, Lord.
No, it's not. Who cares? What's your story?
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. Daisy.
No, thank you. All right. Alright, gotta hide the window capture again, real quick. And I'm gonna go back and check out stuff that I have liked, because I know I have some stuff that is probably of interest to some of you guys, alright? So, also, in case you guys didn't know, follow my fucking TikTok. It's right there. Follow it. Here, I'll make it easy for you. How do I copy my thing? Is it this? Yeah. Alright. Follow me, losers. Follow my TikTok. Alright, I post on there every once in a while. I go in the woods and I make videos. And sometimes I'm in my garage in the middle of the night and I make videos. Alright? This was my first TikTok I ever posted. Look at this. High quality content.
I got a challenge
I'm the
for
one on
you.
the left.
Put your hand in a fist and stick your thumb out. Roll your
Nice.
fingers up and then put your two middle fingers up. Then spread them apart. Duet this if you...
I can do it better than the motherfucker in the video. Alright. Y'all able to do that? Try it. Try it. Only virgins can't do it. Easy peasy. Yep. Also, I think this is the one I was... Is it this one? Is it this one I was talking about? Okay. Now, I've talked about this on stream before. This is weird seeing both of my faces on screen. I don't know how I feel about it. But I'm going to let myself talk. And that's weird to say. Give me your opinions on this, all right? Because it's a genuine question that's been bothering me for a while, okay? I mix the science with cryptozoology in a way, okay? Okay. Okay? Well, not really cryptozoology. I guess more of like a mental thing that we deal with called the uncanny valley effect. But all right.
So, I want to get this very clear. I believe a lot of cryptids are real. I believe, like, you know, flesh pedestrians of different types. I believe aliens, Bigfoot, all that stuff. I've been thinking a lot about the uncanny valley effect for a little bit. And I also study a lot of, like, evolution. And I usually think that, you know, flesh pedestrians could be what causes, you know, the uncanny valley effect, right? You know, such as Wendy Nopes and, you know, the skin boys. But what if it was just, it's ingrained in our brain, right? What if it's the same as Homo erectus being afraid of primal humans? Like, that weren't quite humans yet. Could that explain the uncanny valley effect? Like, I've just been thinking about that a lot. I don't know.
There. That's a real question. All right. That's a real, genuine question. All right. That's a genuine question right there. All right. Don't worry about this last one. That's kind of a sad one. Don't worry about it. Who cares about that one? Here, I'll show you guys something. All right. This is the forest I go in. That's the river I sit at. And do it almost every day.
So, I used to chill in these woods, like, a lot as a kid.
Hello, indeed.
And I was
You like
never
my
really
face?
this far down the river.
That's my face.
I was always by this one school that was way up the river, like way upstream. Right?
Yeah, that's me.
And
I needed to shave that day.
It's weird coming back here, like 13 years later, and just kind of like getting to sort of experience the same thing as I did before. Like, I don't know. These woods were pretty important to me as a kid, so I don't know. I wanted to share.
But yeah, like I literally this fallen down tree right here. I just sit there and I stare at it. I'm like, one of these days I'm gonna walk through this water because it doesn't look deep, but it gets like knee deep, and then at some spots you can't see the bottom of the river. So I'm like, I don't want to swim across this river, but I want to just go sit on that tree. But I have to walk like 2.5 kilometers up like stream, or find a bridge to cross and then get on those paths, because I haven't been on those paths on that side before. So I'm debating it one day. But yeah, that's the river that I sit at every day that I've told you guys about. All right, so I'm gonna turn that off again so I can find a video I was thinking of. How is it in Canada? Right now, cold and rainy. Last week, record high heats that literally killed people and set places on fire. So, go figure. Actually, yesterday it felt like 42 degrees. Today it feels like 7. It's fantastic. Fucking love where I live, don't you? Don't you guys just fucking kill me? All right. Let's see some more of the spooky, scary stuff that's in here. Because I know I like a lot of them, but I also like a lot of random dumb shit too. Rel's just sitting here actually able to see the screen. You guys can't. It's got to be in here. I know there's some like really spooky stuff in here. Come on, it's somewhere around here somewhere. I'm having a lot of difficulty, my guys. I like too many things. This one's actually really fucking neat. Let's click this one. All right, let's get this started. All right, window. All right, okay. This is called Throwawaylian. All right, because someone made a throwaway account on Reddit, and they, posted their story, and it's very interesting because it's coming up in 2 days.
I haven't really seen this anywhere, and to me this was kind of big stuff, even though it may not be real. I haven't seen a single TikTok or YouTube video made about this, so I figured I would just take matters into my own hands. 7 years ago, on an Ask Reddit thread titled Alien Abductees of Reddit, or People Who've Claimed to See a UFO, What's Your Story?, a throwaway account by the name of Throwawaylian listed an insanely detailed account of their many abductions. Claiming to have been first abducted in 1987 at the age of 12, they explained that the abduction is not really forceful, that they were willing to do it. It's scary, exciting, and the aliens make you feel okay about it. They were quick to refute the idea of the Hollywood stereotype of forceful abductions and probing. The aliens would show TA human television shows, asking many questions about them, claiming the walls could measure reactions like X-rays. They were quick to say several times in the story that when they say these things, it's a feeling. They don't know anything because the aliens don't answer questions. The aliens make them answer questions about things on Earth. In terms of the alien language, TA says it's not one humans could understand. It kind of sounds like a humming or like horns. They're positive that we're never going to be able to communicate in their language. While you cannot understand their language, they can understand you. They put thoughts in your head so that you can understand them. In appearance, TA says they are the famous greys often depicted in media, but they're actually more of a beige color. And it's clothes anyway, they say. That part's kind of vague. I think they mean that the aliens are wearing gray clothes, so it's not their skin that's gray. The aliens enjoy bluegrass, also expressing love, as
like
TA says,
music.
to the African instrument that looks like a gourd with 13 strings. They hate horn music, which kind of like sidestep is kind of interesting because TA later states that they kind of sound like trumpets, like their voice patterns, so they kind of hate the sound of their own voices. Interesting. Honestly, I'll make more videos with the specifics, but I can't like really do all of the details true justice. I'll have a link in my bio that has the archived version of the Reddit thread that has like all of the details. Anyway, TA ends the account with a statement claiming that they will make contact with Earth on a wide-scale event in 2021. They'll land here, colonize, whatever. They don't really know. They don't appear to be evil or dangerous, says TA. They were told that the abduction or surveillance program, whatever's going on currently, is going to change in July of 2021. Due to the accent of the voice, and they claim it's kind of an issue with vowels, they don't know if it's July 8th or July 18th because it just kind of sounds like July 18th. So we don't know. After a brief Q&A session, TA ended discussion with no more questions. They're not happy with me. Sorry. And that's where our story ends, for now. Like and follow for part 2, where Throwawaylian returns after 7 years of silence. Welcome to part 2 of the Throwawaylian story. If you haven't seen part 1, get out of here. Go watch part 1. You're not going to understand any of this.
You got a point.
1 month ago, after a 7-year period of silence, Throwawaylian returned and posted a thread titled July 18th in Hoaxers to the UFO subreddit. TA starts by stating that making the original comment 7 years ago was a massive mistake, changing everything for them. They came back to dismiss some accounts that were bandwagoning off of their story because of the then newly announced UFO disclosure report. Following this, TA talks about the aliens they called Jack and Gina. I didn't cover this in part 1, I should have, but essentially they were the names given to the 2 aliens that TA communicated with. TA then states that things have really changed with them, especially Gina. Now TA can ask Gina questions and receive answers. This would come with a cost, however, as TA now fully understands the extent of which they messed up. TA claims to still be paying for it every day, and may pay big time in a couple of days. They state they've gone up 16 times in the past 7 years, way more often than usual, because they're almost done with me, TA says. They're going up one more time, staying in the ship, and then that's it. They're going back with them, wherever back is. TA states that they are unsure of their fate. They don't know if the aliens will hurt them, but feels there is a possibility that they'll kill them. They found out a lot since posting 7 years ago. It's not all good. There's a bit where TA expresses sincere apologies for claiming that the aliens don't hurt people. There's 3 study types. Long form, which is believed TA experiences, where they take them up, ask them questions. The second type is just like groups that are watched from afar, never abducted. The last group undergoes actual physical experimentation, which usually kills them. In the original post, again, didn't cover this, I didn't have time, TA mentioned that they were shown clips from ancient times of humanity, so like the pyramids being built, for example. It showed that the aliens have been here watching the entire time, but in this post, this updated post, they discovered that it was a different alien race altogether who took those videos. TA believes that the aliens that now abduct them are called Friends of Friends, and that they possibly wiped out the original aliens who were watching in ancient times. Talk about a shift change. And if you believe that was a lot, we'll be covering the Friends of Friends religion in part 3.
Alright, so that sounds pretty freaking weird, right? Like, just think about it. They decided that they want to share the information, and somehow, some way, the aliens knew that he did that. And now he's going through a bit of like, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. But I do like the fact that that's brought up. There's different study types. Because, you know, if there is a study type of what, you know, Throwawaylian is going through, and he calls him TA, the TA goes up and they pretty much are just kind of ask questions, and it's just like basic information type study. You know, obviously that's a very relaxed, not really, I wouldn't say comfortable, but more comfortable in the other situation, kind of situation. Like, you know, that would be all right, I guess. You get to meet aliens. The other study type is from afar, which would explain UFO sightings, where they're just kind of chilling, right? They're just kind of watching people. I mean, it kind of makes sense. And then there's the abduction and forceful surgeries and stuff, which explains what some people have been through. So it does give like a good reasoning as to why there's different types of abductions and why some sound one way, some sound another. There's just different studies. That would make a lot of sense.
Welcome to part 3 of the throwaway alien story. In this part, I'm going to tackle the religion that the Friends of Friends believe in. I say this with air quotes because they don't believe it's a religion, but TA is pretty sure that it is. To keep this as clear as possible, I'm literally just going to quote everything TA said in the post about it, because I don't think I can really put it into words myself. Gina said that there are a lot of different beings out there. I can't remember if she said thousands or millions, but I think she said millions. And there are millions of planets with life on it, she said. And there are some forms of life that don't even have planets. Some planets just have fungus, some of them have fish or plants. But there are, I think she said, millions of civilizations out there. Many of them are as advanced as hers, she said. She said that there are 7 planets in the whole world that are like the Earth, where the dominant life forms have what are called the simple problems. She said that they are simple problems, not me. She didn't tell me a list of the simple problems, but she did tell me that some of them were like prayer, faith, healing, churches, sorcery, magic, all of that kind of stuff. Mostly all stuff about religion. And of those 7, she said that there were only 3 where people experienced deja vu or believed in prophecies or worshipped idols. We are one of those 3, and that's why the Friends of Friends are here. That's why the others were here too, and that's why the next group that's coming in July is coming.
Understanding of religion.
Gina says that they know that the whole world isn't really what it looks like, but it's actually the creation of a single intelligence, and that we and everything exist inside of that intelligence. I asked her if it was like the Matrix, and then I explained to her what the Matrix was, and she said it wasn't like that at all. So then I asked her if it was like when that hospital show ended and it turned out to all be a kid imagining it in a snow globe. She said it wasn't like that either. But she said that it's the one thing that everyone in this world agrees on, and that these thousands and thousands of advanced civilizations, they apparently all have proof that the world is an imaginary or a dream or a computer program, something. And they study Earth and the 2 other planets like it because they are pretty sure that these 3 planets and the intelligent life on them are either mistakes, like accidents, or else one of them might be the center of the whole thing and everything else is a mistake or an accident. They want to figure out which is which so that they can better understand the intelligence that creates the world. TA then mentions that one of the other abductees was a genuinely nice guy and he'd passed away from bone cancer, presumably from radiation. Another character named Coach is discussed. He's a fellow abductee. Coach is actually a celebrity, but doesn't seem to be plagued by the same issues that TA goes through as a result of the abductions. Coach just ignores it and lives life. There's a whole slew of theories on Reddit about who Coach is, ranging from Dr. Dre to Post Malone. I don't know about any of that, but apparently Coach ignores TA, which has really gotten under his skin. There's one more part, guys. See you then. Welcome to the 4th and final, I think anyway, part of the
is pretty interesting if you ask me. Just like the concept.
If you have any questions, let me know. I'll duet it if there's an answer like within the post itself, because I've left some stuff out. There's just not enough time. Anyway, in this final part, I want to discuss TA's mental decline and what I think is actually happening here. So to start, TA has settled on a date with all the knowledge that they've accumulated over the past 7 years. The date of contact, invasion, whatever's happening, is July 18th, 2021. That's coming up. Something is evidently going to happen in West Africa, China, Wyoming, Utah, and Colorado. What is interesting is that all of these locations have or are an arid desert location. So like West Africa has that arid desert, China has that arid desert, Wyoming, Utah, and Colorado are all kind of arid deserty areas in certain parts. Interesting, right?
Our desert's
It's also
gonna
where
blow
like
up.
a lot of sightings happen to be is like desert areas. So could be something to it. I don't know. In the final paragraph of the post, TA talks about how tired they are. They don't feel like fighting their destiny. They don't really care what happens to them anymore at this point. Their mental health has been destroyed from the abductions and tests. They feel like they've lost everything in their life, and They just want the suffering to end. It's sad. So there you have it. A human being that has been abducted since the age of 12, learns aliens are coming on July 18th, and doesn't really know what's going to happen other than it has something to do with this mystical mystery of cosmic significance. So here's what I think's happening. Could it be true? Could it be real? Maybe. What I do know is this is all very real to TA. They are suffering. I think it's more likely they have some sort of mental disorder, like an extreme form of paranoid schizophrenia, similar to what you see targeted individuals going through when they're posting videos. I think that the ship is a hospital or a mental hospital. Jack and Gina are doctors and nurses, and I think that each abduction is TA once again being admitted to the facility. There's some other reasons I think that, some other chunks of the story could be like an allegory to a hospital. People dying, succumbing to why they're in the hospital. I don't know, but I hope they find peace, real or not. That's all. See ya.
But yeah, so I like the way that he kind of explains that at the end too, though. It's like that's entirely a possible thing of what it could be. You know, it's just like person that's not mentally sound, and that's how they view it. You know. Oh, this one I need to show you guys. Okay. So I find it funny that the person that talks after this doesn't believe in any like form of demonology or supernatural shit. All right, so just keep that in mind. And it's funny as all hell.
I think it's some kind of dog.
See, this is why nobody wants to go exploring with white people, all right? Because we start touching shit we're not supposed to touch, and then we unlock like an ancient curse that kills everybody, all right? Fucking stop it. Stop doing that.
Whoa.
Where are your survival instincts?
There's one time.
Right? Like you saw a burnt effigy, like, on the cave ceiling that looks like a baby, like a really fucking weird doll, and your first instinct wasn't, oh, I should probably leave that shit alone. It was knock it down and pick it up. You know, you're the asshole who would have, like, read the Necronomicon in Evil Dead. You would have looked at this book that was made out of fucking flesh, clearly, and went, oh, this isn't suspicious at all. Let me open this. Like, I don't even believe in any of that fucking ghosts and goblins and fucking demons and bullshit. But even I, like look at me. Even I understand not to fuck with random shit you find that looks creepy in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere, okay? Even I understand that.
Rel.
What? It was one time!
You would be the one to cause a fucking, like, demonic plague on the planet just because you're like, I want to fuck with that. Why not?
Listen, it was one time, okay? And you don't even remember it, so it's fine.
I kind of do. Also, this isn't
yeah, what
we're-
happened?
I mean, whatever. I mean, don't worry about it. Okay. We don't know.
Yeah, that's right.
Know about what we went through. Nobody else
Silence.
needs to know what we went through. I
Do you remember that alien invasion in
I
2016?
remember being scared
No?
and naked, and that's all
You're
I want the
welcome.
world to hear about. Okay, we're done with that.
And afraid.
All right, so this guy right here, kind of my new idol when it comes to Canadian insults.
Grab me some Timmies on your way back, bud. This truck's pushing 400 moose power, buddy. Yeah. Jacked up on ketchup chips and double doubles, boys. Let's go.
I gotta start, like, I'm gonna stop calling stuff like vehicles with horsepower. I'm gonna start calling it moose power because it's just so damn good, man. Moose power. All right. This one I wanted to show you guys. Okay, so I'm gonna go to part 2 and then skip through into part 3 because it's 3 parts and it just is far too long of just this guy whispering. All right, all you need to know is this guy works as a security dude. All right, and he's not allowed to take any video in his office, right? So he takes his phone and records it. Okay. So
Before you start getting too crazy, the Discord stream broke.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Rel, are you able to hear me? Oh my god, Discord fucking Rel, can you hear me? Nope, maybe not. Alright, Rel, can you hear me? Nope, Discord crashed again. Alright, give me a sec. My goodness. I don't know why this keeps happening. I think my computer's just not able to handle streaming to both Discord and an actual stream. But I'm gonna force it to, because fuck it. Alright. Hello? You there?
Oh, hello.
Yeah, Discord crashed again.
Well,
Alright.
right.
I think it's because I'm streaming so much. So, is it working? Are you able to see it? Or no?
Probably. Yeah, it's fine.
Is it just a black screen for you, or do you see the image?
Oh, it's a black screen, but it'll be like that until you click on it and play something.
Oh, okay.
That's how it's been.
After he leaves,
Alright, so this girl, she's working. This guy was the last guy in the office. They're never supposed to leave just one person in the office, but he does anyways. He ends up
as
leaving.
far as we know, I don't think there was anybody else. Nobody else has said they were there during this.
No. This window, okay?
Towards the road, but there's definitely
Right there.
a figure in the window. Right there. And in a second, you'll see him walk around to the front door. Right there. So he's right there, almost in the corner. Right there. So now he's walking. Now he's walking. Walking around.
Hey, what's up, Vex?
She still hasn't noticed him yet.
So, this is the part that's kind of sketchy. Alright.
There he is. Okay, so now they're talking. Now they're talking.
I'm chilling with spooky stuff we're watching. Men in Black.
Okay, so now she shook her head. She's pointing her finger. I don't know if she's giving him directions or telling him to leave. Now she's going. Now she gets the office gun, so it's obvious that she doesn't feel comfortable.
This is in Alaska, by the way.
Now watch his hand. Watch his hand. Then she turns around and puts it down on the counter. Then he points at her. So she goes to her purse, and I paused it right here. And that's a camera. She got a camera out of her purse.
And the reason he's whispering is because he's not allowed to record anything at work. Because he's, security.
So she completely changed her demeanor. And then they leave. So keep in mind, she left the gun right here on the counter. We found that when we got back, but she also left her purse. She left her purse right there. She didn't take anything with her. She doesn't have her phone with her, her identification, nothing. Nothing went with her. This is very bizarre. It's not like Nicole to do this. It's not. There's something going on here. Like I said, I don't know who I'm going to send this to.
Alright, so that's pretty much all you need to know. I think the absolute scariest thing about this is not the fact that he was able to just use a hand motion and completely change her demeanor and unload the gun or take the magazine out of the gun. Or clip. That's a clip, right? Not a magazine. Yeah, it's a clip. I think. I don't remember the difference. The bullets inside the sleevey thing out of the gun. And just leave it on the counter and leave her purse behind. The absolute scariest thing about this is the fact that this is clearly modern and that is Windows XP. Terrifying.
I've had it with these Jedis in my motherfucking law firms, bro.
Fair. Alright, I know that there's more scary things I have saved on here. It's just going through my TikTok is got a lot of stuff. Let's click this one.
And you know what?
Let's show that.
And you know what?
Let's make this a 3-part series. Let's do how to avoid skinwalkers and also how to know if you've encountered a skinwalker. Skinwalkers is a specific bland of fleshy boys. May give off a smell of rotting meat. It really depends on the tradition you're using. But how you're really gonna know is that you're gonna get hit with a wild uncanny valley effect. Something's gonna feel off about somebody in your group. You might think that you know everybody in your group, you probably don't. But you're gonna have memories and everything. So if you're encountering one out in the wild, the best thing to do if you think you've run into one is to leave the area as soon as possible, as calmly as possible, because the more people the skinwalker has to fool, the less effective it's going to be, and eventually someone will catch on. So it'll likely just go search for easier prey. Other common times people have sighted them. You're driving down the highway, you hear a knock on your back window. People from the Southwest will tell you this happens to them at like 70 miles an hour. Keep driving. Do not stop, do not pass go, do not open the door. If you see a large black dog following you, speed up. Last thing you want to do is actually encounter one of these things. And you know what? Let's make this a 3-part series. Let's do how to avoid skinwalkers.
I mean, facts. Alright, so let's see. What else do we have on here? And Rel is just kind of chilling, being like, a lot of thirst traps.
Sorry, what? My final was fantasying. So.
Fair enough, I suppose. Oh, man. There's so much. This is fucking creepy, okay? This is creepy, and I don't know why any of this is here, but it's as creepy as all hell. All right.
What does the valve do? And why is there a waterfall? And why is there a switch? And why is there a plug? And that? And that? Like, what the fuck? Where does this go? Where does this go? Where am I? Is this the...
I showed it to my dad, and he's like, didn't turn off the waterfall.
What is...
But like, what the hell? What's going on there? It makes no sense. Trying to find...
Also, you're supposed to charge your phone in the middle of the wilderness.
I mean, fair. But also, no. There's so many of these. I just want to show to you guys. But I can't. And I know I can't. So it's really upsetting that I can't just show it to you. Alright, this one's funny though. Alright, this one's funny. Alright, hold up. This isn't at all related, but this one's just funny.
Sitting here eating my lunch and I noticed that it says fuck cops, and I'm all for it, ACAB, man, but bro, why you gonna turn your back on the Leaf Village like
that? Like, fair. Also, this one's a very interesting thing that I've been thinking for a while, and then I found this guy, and he explains it pretty much perfectly. So this is essentially atheism and theism being the exact same thing. Okay. So theism is a belief in a god, obviously. Okay.
Me, sir, would you like to engage in philosophical debate? Certainly. What is your position? I'm an atheist. I don't believe in a creator. What about you? Well, I believe in a creator. What do you believe created you? Well, I believe that I'm a product of natural laws that govern the universe. Hey, that's what I believe. I just call that God. That's fair, I suppose, but what do you think created your creator? Well, I don't think my creator has a creator. He is the creator of himself. There wasn't anything before him. That's funny. That's the same thing I say about the universe. But you don't think the universe had a creator? Well, in a sense, I believe that the universe is its own creator. That's exactly my opinion. What are we arguing about? But you find a distinction between the universe and God. Well, no, I think God encompasses everything, including the universe. But you think there's something more than just the universe, whereas I don't. Well, that's just a matter of definition. How do you define the universe? Well, I define it as all there exists, so nothing's outside of that. Oh, so you also believe that there's something outside of the universe? No, I just said that nothing is not included in the universe. Right, you just said it. You said nothing. You said nothing is not a part of the universe. I suppose I did say that, but that's just a matter of semantics. Well, if it's a matter of semantics, then what are we even arguing about? I think that you and I believe different things. But aren't we saying the same thing, but just using different definitions? Well, I suppose that very well could be the case, but I think that you think that God is this thing that is sentient and knows that we exist. This is true, I do believe that, but as you said, you used the word universe instead of God. So aren't you a part of that universe which is sentient and is aware of yourself? So, in a way, the universe is sentient and aware of itself, which is the same thing that I'm saying. Well, you think that your God is all-knowing. I don't consider myself all-knowing. No, of course not. I'd be impressed if you did, but you are not the only thing that is sentient and aware of your own existence. Everything in total is, though, and that would be the universe, or what I call God. So fundamentally, we believe in the same thing? Yeah, I suppose we do in a way. But the thing is that you believe in a book and I don't. It is indeed a matter of opinion if the stories in the book actually happened or not, but the truths underlying them resonate with me nonetheless. I respect that. I suppose in a way that reminds me of how I don't actually know if Shakespeare exists or not, but his stories resonate with me. But where do you get your sense of morality from? Well, it differs by person, and I think it's something that kind of arises within. Yeah, absolutely. Morality is up for interpretation. Wow, it seems we believe in the same thing. Wait, hold on. You believe in an afterlife and I don't. This is true. I think that after death, if you are a good person, you go to heaven, and if you are a bad person, you don't. Wow, that sounds a lot like Newton's second law of physics, but scientists know that the brain just goes blank when someone dies. Yeah, I know, I've been thinking about that, but don't you think it's a big assumption to assume that you're the brain? Well, I know I'm the brain, but who's the one really saying that? The brain is. Right, so the brain is saying that, but couldn't you be like an underlying consciousness that's like aware of the brain doing its own thing? Wow, you bring up a really good point. Theism, atheism in disguise. Atheism, theism in disguise. Excuse me.
It's the same fucking thing. They just have different interpretations. Ta-da! Someone's gonna get mad about that. Alright. Rel, is it broken? It looks like it might be broken for you.
No, it's fine.
No, it's fine? Okay. Trying to find more cryptid. Oh, hold on. Is this a cryptid thing? Nope. Don't click that. Okay, not that one. Oh boy. Okay, but where's my sentient busty? It don't happen. You don't get it.
Where is my
Not for
sentient
you.
pussy? Where is it? Reveal it unto me.
Oh no. Alright, so here's another one. Okay. This one's very interesting. This one has to do with religion though, not cryptids. But it's very interesting to hear the fact that, you know, hell doesn't exist. It's not in the Bible, believe it or not.
Hell ain't in the Bible, then what happens to unrighteous people after they die? So it was mainly St. Augustine's misunderstanding of Greek that's responsible for the concept of eternal hell slipping into the Western Church. Early Christians and Jews actually believed in annihilationism, which is the belief that all unsaved human beings after the final judgment will just cease to exist. But the Bible don't say that. Yeah, it does. John 3:16, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Romans 6:23, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. But you just going off 2 verses. If that were true, it would be way more verses that say Psalm 94:23, Psalm 37:38, Proverbs 14:11, Matthew 10:28. Okay, child. Psalm 73:19, Psalm 92:7, Ezekiel 13:14. If hell ain't in the Bible, then what happens to
See, there's no such thing as hell. You just disappear. Unless you believe in reincarnation. In which case,
Maybe it's like that one anime where you go to a bar.
What?
You know that one anime where like you go to a bar and then like the bartender was like he's like talking to you and like makes you do some shit. And then you go into an elevator when you're done there, and if you go down then you just die. But if you go up then you're cool.
What?
Hey, you never seen that anime? It's really popular.
No, I played the game Catherine, which has a similar premise, I suppose. But what the fuck, man? All right.
Yeah, it was a really good
That
anime.
means there are no demons. What does that make us? I wouldn't say it makes no demons. Demons aren't like a Christian thing. Like, it's in Hinduism. I mean, they're in, technically evil native spirits would be considered demons, the wicked fae of Europe would be demons. There's the Oni in Japan. Like, just because Christianity doesn't say demons doesn't mean there aren't other places that say demons. Demonology. You know what's really interesting? The first ever English Bible, all right. The oh fuck. What is that one called? Oh fuck, what is it called? Saint something Bible. The St. Augustine Bible? No. Someone do a quick Googling. That someone is me. All right, give me a sec. Google. The first English Bible. All right. Tyndale? No. It couldn't have been the first English one then. Is there a different one I'm thinking of? Biblical translation? Give me a sec. Trying to think of like the one that everyone fucking know. Is it St. Augustine Bible I'm thinking of? Augustine Bible? Hippo. What? What? I believe it was this one. Theologian, philosopher, and bishop of the blah, 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 blah. Brownie's influenced development of Western philosophy and Western Christianity, and he is viewed as one of the most important church fathers in the Latin Church. Okay, St. Augustine. Holy shit, Nate. Oh my god. Huh. I was about to scream, negatory, do not fall, because cans were falling. Holy crap. I have a stack of like 3 high of cans.
That face when you die and go to hell, and it's just hell of a boss, and you're like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, good, being a demon is still canon then. Oh god. I could be wrong about that. Hold on. The Book of Demonology. Alright, the original one. King James? Was that it? King James the First? Yeah. Alright, so King James, I believe, also wrote a Bible. King James Bible. Alright, yeah, there's a King James version of the Bible. Okay. Also known as King James Bible, is an English translation of a Christian Bible for the Church of England, commissioned in 1604 and completed as well as published 7 years later in 1611 under the sponsorship of James VI and 6 and 1? What? Okay then. The books of the King James Version include 39 books of the Old Testament, an intertestamental section containing 14 books of the Apocrypha and 27 books of the New Testament. Noted for its majesty of style, the King James Version has been described as one of the most important books in English culture and a driving force in the shaping of the English-speaking world. The book he wrote before his version of the Bible is a book on demonology. What the fuck? I don't know how we got onto this. I just remember that being mad fucked. Alright. Also, I want to show you guys a really creepy thing. So, this guy, alright. He has a haunted place, and there's a little demon boy that lives in his basement. Alright? Watch this. It's terrifying.
Alright, so I've been playing tag with this thing. I mean, I haven't touched it, but so many of you keep saying, hey, listen, it's fake, you won't go up to it, you won't go up to it. Well, I have a couple of videos of me chasing this thing already, and I'm going to post them back to back, along with another video about the live stream I just did before. And I'm so glad that so many of you watched it and enjoyed it, and we discovered a lot of stuff. The spirit's name, well, I believe it's the son of a guy named Dominic, because I found a picture down here of Dominic, and one of the child entities or whatever it is looks a lot like Dominic. However, Dominic was a
I'm
full
trying to remember
man
where it pops
by
up
the
in this
time
one.
he died, at least from what I can tell from the pictures.
This guy definitely needs a better camera, though. See it? This right here?
There he is again. Hey, are you Dom's son? Here we go. Ready? Every time I go. Every time I go. There I am chasing it again, watching my footing. Alright, so there you go. As you can see, and this happens every time I go and chase this entity. It runs from me. It's also really hot down here, really nasty. I mean, look at these cobwebs. Can you get... And this is what happens every time I chase it too. It starts throwing things at me. This is a common thing that's been going on. It just, after a while you get sick and tired of doing this. That, and I don't like to chase this thing all the time because of the holes and all the debris on the floor. If I get hurt, I get hurt. I'm not risking that to chase an entity. So as you guys can see, there's a lot going on. So yeah, I believe this is Dominic's son, or Dom's son, from what I can find.
Dominic Toretto.
It's a pretty interesting development, because I had no... Alright, you guys, you could clearly hear that, you could clearly see that. Things are literally being thrown at me. And they're falling out of nowhere. I don't know. Alright, maybe I sneak over here. See if I can catch something. But things are clearly being thrown at me down here. But I don't... There's so many entities, like I can't pinpoint exactly what this is. Oh, that's nice. Now I gotta worry about getting hit by a rock. Stoned by a ghost. It's not the type of stoning I like. I could go to...
Alright, but this guy's, page is straight up, there's a lot. A lot. Alright, we could watch it all the way from the beginning if you guys wanted. Alright, but, holy shit, there's a lot. This camera's blurry as all hell, though. Now, I want to find the one that I saw a long time ago. I think it's this one. I don't know. Nope. Alright, so... There's one where... Oh, I think it might be this one.
This is my last video.
Every time I go to chase
15
it,
videos
yeah, this one.
I don't think it's a good idea. I chase it anymore.
Sorry, what, bro?
You might
It
think
said,
I'm playing
it said it was my last video, but then there's a whole bunch after it.
every time.
It might be for that day.
Alright, I see him, but I'm not gonna act like I see him.
Alright, watch right here.
I see him right there ducking. Oh, what the hell is wrong with his head? Why does he look like that? I'm gonna try to zoom. Oh my god, why does he look like that?
Just insult the ugly kid. I mean, come on.
Why does he look like that? I'm gonna try to zoom.
Got like a deformed kind of shape to his head. Just calling a ghost child ugly. No big deal. Just what I do. Another day of the week. Alright, I'm just gonna quickly try and find another account that I follow that I want to show you guys some of the content from, because it's pretty spooky what this guy has to go through. But I have apparently scrolled down a whole lot, so... Alright, following. I follow a lot of people, oh my goodness. Good luck finding it, my god. Actually, it looks like they're all in order of when I followed them, so I should be able to find it fairly quick. But this might take me a minute, alright. Just because there's, like, over 200 that I'm following. Alright, so just give me a little bit. Alright, it's always great when you're scrolling, you see other VTubers that you follow on here, and you're like, bro, I would so simp for her. Raccoon girls.
Raccoons.
Alright, man. You gonna judge the trash mouse for liking a trash panda? She's cute.
Well,
as
I mean,
hell.
I'm sitting here in a Nanners hoodie, so I can't really complain about you liking VTubers.
Bro. Fair.
And not just any Nanners
I kind of
hoodie,
wish
a limited edition.
I was gonna say, is it the limited edition one?
It is indeed.
Yep.
I also recently bought the limited edition T-shirt from the same line.
Nice. You didn't get me one? I can't believe you.
I spent all my money on a new microphone.
And you still sound like shit.
Oh, I haven't gotten the new microphone yet, trash.
Don't worry, I'm just talking about your voice. It's not a big deal. He's like, well, now I'm feeling judged and my heart's happening. I cannot believe you would do such a thing to me.
And I cannot believe you would attack me personally like that. You know, I have issues.
Yep, and that is exactly why I bully you. Because I know you can't handle it. Oh, no.
I spent way too much money on that microphone. I probably shouldn't have done it.
What mic did you get?
Well, so I was looking at XLR interfaces, and I found this nice one, so I bought it. And I was like, I don't have an XLR microphone. And I had like a couple grand just chilling, so I bought a Shure SM7B.
Why? Why do you need that?
I don't.
And you didn't even give me $1 for my birthday, but you're like, oh, I'll just waste my money on this. You're like, hey, man, I show up sometimes.
You want $1? I'll give you $1.
Hell yeah.
Take $1.
Don't be at 6 out of $25 to play a hat in time. All right.
Why don't you just buy a hat in time? You know that game's co-op?
I have it.
Oh.
It's the goal, you know, stream goals. So we reach a certain amount and we'll do that on stream.
Sure.
Yeah, you know, it incentivizes me to play certain things because I see what you guys are interested in. And clearly nobody fucking cares about it. I made $5. You know what happened when we wanted to play Fear? Immediate. All right. That's how that works. I cannot seem to find this account, though. Oh, maybe it's this one? Yeah, I found it. Okay. All right. So this guy is a caretaker for a theater. It's a haunted theater. All right. So...
Alright guys, so I work at this old theater and been hearing a noise. It's a really beautiful theater, as you can see, if you can see it at all. But I keep hearing a noise in here, and there's not supposed to be anybody here, so just double checking, but I wanted to film it just in case. There's the ghost light. It's a light we keep on for ghosts,
don't spend a key on it. It's
for
not that
people
expensive, oh Mike.
who still remain here and whatnot. And
all right, now watch this window.
What the fuck? What is that? Hold on, let me get a better look.
All right, keep watching.
They keep watching the window. That's
Alright, guys,
exactly
so
what you're. Oh shit, there's a person in the window.
Yeah, there's a person in the window. So literally part of his training was told, this place is haunted. There will be ghosts. You will see them. You will hear them. Don't react too poorly. All right. If you cannot handle that, we understand. So.
Hey guys, so I was just coming up here to check the fire extinguisher. I'm up in the light booth right now, and I swear to God I heard somebody clapping. And I looked down on the stage and I thought I saw something, but I have not. I've been calling down for about a minute and I haven't heard anything, and I honestly should have just been filming this whole time. I'm sorry I wasn't, but
by the way.
This is the window.
I'm sure SM7B is not 1K. It was $400. I'll have you know.
Check it later once I get all the lights on, but hello? So,
all right.
I was just coming up here to check the fire
Come on.
extinguisher.
Hey, come on.
Are you aware that we've been sitting here for 4 hours now?
Hey, you up there?
3 hours and 45 minutes.
Close enough.
That door's not supposed to be open.
Yeah, my stream is 4 hours, so yes.
Oh, I thought you were. Is that why you started early? I was confused by that.
I start at 10, I end at 2.
Hey, Brad.
It's currently 1:46.
Something just pushed me, and that door opened.
Pete?
Alright guys, what's up? I just wanted to answer a few questions for you so you can understand what's going on here a little better. 1. Are these videos real? Yes. In fact, part of my training when I got here in January, I've only been here since January, was being told about how there are things that happen here on the daily. Occurrences, sightings, voices, stuff like that, and you just have to deal with it. They do little things, they mess with you, but they're artists, that's what they do, so I figured why not document it on TikTok. 2, why don't I quit? I need a job. I like theater. They keep me. It's great. So that's why. And last but not least, people ask, why don't you tell us what theater it is? Honestly, if you figure it out, that's fine, but I don't need people showing up here. We got enough people here on the security cams every night trying to get in. I don't need a bunch of locals showing up because they saw it on TikTok. And the final thing I wanted to say, if you made it this far, I appreciate you, is that I understand and do believe in spirits, so I am not fucking with them. I'm not doing things to mess with them. I'm just documenting. Alright guys, what's up? I just wanted to answer a few questions.
There's something up there.
It's a me.
So I'm here late at night checking in on the place because the sirens went off. That means that somebody was trying to get in. Got here, there wasn't anybody here, but I just heard the piano in the small space, so I think there might be somebody there.
Wait for the spooky.
Someone in here? Hello? Fuck.
That'd be my reaction too.
Hey.
Nope.
You're not supposed to be in here. Who is it? Oh, shit. Alright, guys. Woo! Alright, y'all. My heart is racing. Okay, so I see this sometimes.
The
I've been
face
trying to
comes
catch
out of
this
the
on
darkness.
camera.
It's
Nothing
me,
over here.
your
I
boy,
promise there's nothing
Skinny
over here. I'm not
Penis.
doing anything to manipulate this. Watch.
It's me, your boy.
Look.
The Skinny Penis.
You see
How's
that?
it going?
This is what I'm talking
Play
about.
some
Okay,
Mozart
check it out.
too. Oh god.
I'm gonna get another one. Look, I'm not doing anything, I swear. I'm just standing here. I see this all the time. It only happens. Okay, yeah, see? It only happens to this. Okay, that's the biggest I've ever seen it. Holy shit. Woo! Alright, y'all. My heart is racing. Okay, so. Bailey here, caretaker of a haunted theater. I don't catch things on camera very often. That's why I don't post very often, but sometimes I do. Last night I did. Alright guys, I've been getting a lot of requests just to hang out in the theater, alone, in the dark. So, here we go. Okay, so I'm here in the empty theater. Pretty depressing during COVID times. Hopefully we can get things back open. Back there's the shop. This is backstage. Can't see it very well, but what? Look, guys, holy shit. I'm turning the lights on, I'm turning the lights on. Oh, shit. Bailey here, caretaker of a haunted theater. I don't catch.
Welcome to my haunted
Bailey
theater.
here, caretaker of a haunted
Every
theater.
morning
Just
I do
pissed
a campus
myself.
walk of the whole building.
Shat my pants. It's in my boots now.
To turn the lights on in the main stage, I have to cross through the dark. I
So
often
those that
hear
don't know, that's called a
voices
ghost
or
light.
clapping, but I just keep
It's
walking.
just an ironic name. It's pretty much a light that's a motion sensor, so people don't fucking hurt themselves when they get up on stage when it's dark.
That's where I was being watched
At
the other day by a shadow figure.
Hashtag backstage.
Would you walk through the dark?
Fuck yeah, I would. I
If
don't
this
mind
is what
messing
you
with
got
some
to see every day. Welcome to my haunted
Would
theater.
any of you guys fuck with ghosts?
Every morning I
I'd
do
fuck
a
with
campus
ghosts.
walk of the whole.
Oh, that's funny. So sometimes there are just people, and he acknowledges that.
Every morning I shat my pants. And every evening I tinkle a little.
They're singing, by the way.
A phantom of the opera is here.
And once they're done singing, just talks them through the camera, freaks them out. They understand they were trespassing, like, oh shit, alright.
This is Lenore, aka the woman in the yellow dress. She was a huge part of the theater's history. It's said she roams the halls of the basement, keeping an eye on the dressing rooms and costume shop. This is Lenore. Welcome to Creepy Things About My Job That Make Me Feel Like I'm in a Horror Movie. Part 1.
It's not actually like anything in this video, I don't think, but...
And this is the Hansel and Gretel oven. Welcome to Creepy Things About My...
That's gonna
Keep
get
hearing
copyright
singing in the main stage.
I think this one has like 5 entities that you can
But
spot, actually.
when I walk in, it stops.
That's like all you run from killing a horror game. Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna try and turning the lights off and seeing if I can hear the music again, but it sounds like singing. The things I do for y'all.
Sounds like this is the exact opposite of the thing I should do.
I mean, you right. Alright, so people say that they can see an entity right about like on, like, not over here, but... Oh, actually, no. Is it this one? Yeah, up here, I think. Maybe. This is a different video than I think it is. Oh, here, let me turn this down. Or turn it down. Turn it up, but move this back. So listen. I don't know if you guys heard that or not. It's super fucking faint. But it sounds like a woman's voice. And it's entirely possible that one would be staged. But, you know, it's possible.
Please be sure to monitor your emotional state while watching this video. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I think this one's just creepy. That's all.
Your voice is pretty.
Me trying to flirt. No, thank you.
Your voice is pretty. Hey y'all, Bailey here, caretaker of a haunted theater. I've had a lot of questions about this thing right here. This is a ghost light, all right? Every theater has a ghost light. It's actually a union mandate, okay, for safety. This is to make sure that an actor or someone coming in wouldn't trip off the stage or over a cord or into the orchestra pit or anything like that, okay? But this started, the history of it is that back in the day, they used to use gas footlights at the edge of the stage, both for safety and afterwards, they would leave them on to relieve some of that gas pressure during the night so you could see, but also the lights were always a little bit on, or at least one of them was, okay? So, we leave them on now for safety, but there's a lot of superstitions. A lot of people believe that there's a ghost in every single theater. My theater happens to have a ton. I'm trying to see them. I don't want to mess with them, but I need some equipment. So I put my Cash App in my bio. Hey, y'all.
Next.
What's up, y'all? As always, if the sensor gets tripped, I film it just in case we see anything. So here we go. It's 9 p.m. on a Saturday. This is my life.
Spooky.
So I'm walking through the main stage. Here, I'll flip it. Ghost light is on.
So people say they see something over here. Okay. Right there. You saw that? I don't think that's anything but just kind of like smoke of some kind or dust in the air and the light's just making it look like that, but
ghost light is on.
But just watch pretty much right here as it moves this way, okay? See, it definitely just looks like lens glare. Yeah, see? Yeah, even Vex says lens glare. Now, there's 2 more. I don't know exactly where they are, but people say they see like 2 more in this one. As they're going across.
No one in here. Hello? Okay.
Noise on balcony. Alright, that's... No, come on, I can pause it in time, I swear to God. Ah! Ah! I will get this. Fuck! I liked it again. I'm a frame late. Used to having a dirty iPhone camera. Oh, God. All right, whatever. You can see these two right here, okay? Now, in the comments, someone even says, it could just be two people. And he goes, and he doesn't refute that fact. He's like, it could have been. Didn't scare me any less. Because that'd be fucking terrifying. All right. Like, just imagine. You're just working there. You're like, all right. And the year's like, okay. However, we're at the 4-hour mark. So I'm going to find somebody for us to raid. So let's see. It depends on how many people we got hanging around now too, by the way. Because if we don't got a whole lot, then maybe we don't even have a pop-up for them. So we'll see about that one. Well, we got 5. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. I don't want to throw you guys. Well, yeah, keep streaming. So let's raid that boy. All right. Show him some love. He's a fantastic boyo. I appreciate every last one of you for being here. You guys are all fantastic and amazing. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your night. And I will see you on Monday. We'll be playing Yakuza. And chances are by Tuesday, when we're doing more Minecraft, I will have a whole lot more changed. Like, my plan is to make a bunch of farms, get some shit ready, and then be onwards to getting a Elytra for other people on the server. I'm going to have a few more people join because Rel said it would be okay. So, yeah, have a fantastic rest of your night. I love you all, and I will see you guys on Monday. Bye-bye.